guys, it's Maya. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much for clicking on our video today. As you can see by the title, it is finally here, you guys. We are going to be looking at 2026 month by month. So we're looking at the entire year ahead to see what is going on for you this year. So I will break down how we will talk about the reading and everything once you get into your groups, but pretty much we're looking at every single month and we're going to look at the entire year, see what is going on. We'll get messages, advice, predictions. We'll just kind of see like what spirit wants you to know about your year ahead. And it is one of my favorite readings to do just because it's so like interesting, right? Like we're literally pulling cards for the entire year. So I think it's very fascinating that we can kind of look at it as like a timeline. But it is also a general reading, you guys, so I will talk a little bit more about like timelines and the time frame and all of that once you get into your groups, but that is what we're doing today. I am very excited to be here, so thank you so much for clicking on our video. Thank you for all of your support here on my channel, whether it's your first time here or if you have watched my readings before. Thank you so much for giving me your time and your energy. So I have 4 groups for you guys to choose from. Each group has a different tarot deck, a different crystal, and a different card that came out as I shuffled. So there are multiple ways for you to be drawn to your group. But let me show you these options up close one by one. For group 1, this is the black and white glow-in-the-dark Waite Tarot. This is what the back looks like. And your crystal is the zebra jasper. And your random card is the 10 of Cups. Group 2, this is the Muse Tarot. This is what the back looks like, and your crystal is this rose quartz that I can't really get a grip on. And your card is Temperance. You know, I'm just gonna hold it like that. There you go. Group 3, this is the Landscape Tarot. This is what the back looks like, and your crystal is this blue obsidian. And your card is the Page of Cups. Group 4, this is the Cat Tarot. This is what the back looks like, and your crystal is this amethyst, and your card is Strength. Okay, you guys, here are all of your options laid out for you side by side. Feel free to watch as many as you would like because there could be multiple messages for you today in multiple groups, and take all the time you need to pick your group. I'm going to get started with group number 1. Hey guys, if you chose this 10 of Cups with the black and white glow-in-the-dark Waite Tarot, it is literally the longest title, but if you chose this deck and you chose the zebra jasper, this is your group. Hello, group number 1. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for clicking on our video today. I do want to mention something, before we get into our reading. For one, I will say that this is a general reading, it is for the general audience, and time, since we're talking about a reading that is about the next 12 months, time is something, personally, I believe that it is not set in stone. Nothing about timing predictions, like nothing about this is set in stone to me personally as a reader. And I think that whenever there is a reader out there that is giving you like something is set in stone, something will happen at this specific time, like, I think readings like that, I just don't know. I feel like when a reader says that something is very specifically set in stone at a very specific time, it just feels kind of bold to me. I'm like, wow, like that is a huge claim that you are making. And I'm not going to do that. I never do that for any type of a time frame reading. I will never say something is set in stone at a specific time because it's not. As a reader, I channel current energies and energies change. So honestly, not even just time, but anything that we are reading, when as a psychic, anything that I am reading is going off of your current energy, which could change at any given moment, meaning all of the series of events that follows would also change in that given moment. So I just want to say that because as we are pulling for the next 12 months, we're going to be a little flexible with it, and especially as, the listener, the viewer, I want you to be flexible with your own time frame as well. So even if we pull 12 cards to talk about each month, give or take, right? Like it could be early on in a month, it could be later on in a month, it could be blending in from the month before, it could be bleeding into the month after. You know, it's like, it's such a like a give and take because it's not specifically set in stone. But I will say, like, hey, you know, feels like January, this feels like around February, so it could be end of January, it could be early March. This feels like March, it could be end of February, early April. So I think we have to stay flexible when we're talking about time frames. But I think that I will, you know, I'll do my best to kind of be like, yeah, like this feels like earlier on in the year, this feels maybe like middle of the year, this feels like the end of the year. But when we are pulling for 12 months, like, this is my disclaimer that it, give or take, right? Be flexible with your own time frame, with the readings that we have today. And yeah, and I think, yeah, that's what I wanted to say, just because time is very, it all depends on your current energy, and even our reading today depends on your current energy right now, because that's what I'm channeling. So your energy could change in a couple months, and then the rest of your reading would change in a couple months. You know what I mean? So just take this with a grain of salt. You know, let's have fun with it, and let's be flexible with it, and just remind ourselves that nothing is set in stone, especially energies. Energies shift and change all day, every day, all the time. So yeah, and also take what resonates with you. If you feel like we are talking about this, like talking about topics, or as we get into the reading, if it just does not resonate with you, please choose a different group. We actually don't really have an energy check today because I'm just jumping right into our 12 months. So, you know, use your own intuition. And if, you know, even if you're trying to resonate with it and it's just not resonating with you, then definitely check out a different group. But yeah, that's my little disclaimer about time. And I'm not saying it's a red flag if a psychic says like something is set in stone at a specific time. I personally think it's a very bold statement. It's not a huge, I mean, maybe it is a huge red flag, but I don't know, right? Like, to me, that's a red flag, and it's just bold. And I just personally, I don't believe that to be true. So anyway, but this is my reading, right? So thank you for being here, and I'll do it how I read cards. So let's get right into it today. One thing I want to say about the 10 of Cups is that if there is any kind of like a family situation going on in your life, I think it will be resolved in 2026. So this could be family conflicts. This could even be like maybe like health related. Again, I don't like to talk about health because that is, you know, it's a touchy subject. But yeah, like some kind of family dynamic is going to be resolved, or family conflict could be resolved, or you're just finding happiness within your family again. Like some kind of a tough period is over in 2026, because this is a very harmonious energy with the 10 of Cups. This is happiness in a family dynamic. You know, you have a happy home life, happy relationships with your family members. You're all just happy and peaceful, and it's like you overcame some kind of an obstacle in 2026. So that feels very positive. And it also feels like at one point you could have felt kind of hopeless about this obstacle, or you didn't think the situation would get better, or you guys were really burnt out by something. But it does feel like there is something that is healing or resolving itself, and the conflict is going away, and you will find happiness within your family dynamic. So it feels very good. This could be physically about a home. This could be more of a relationship kind of a thing, or an emotional or energetic kind of a thing if it's not a physical family dynamic situation. But it just feels very, very good. And I love that. I think that is, because trust me, I get it. I understand family dynamic situations, and I think that you're finding peace in regards to something that has happened, or something that is happening this year. Look at that, even that is a happy home life. 4 of Wands, happiness, celebration, contentment, you know, finally feeling like you have life again, feeling like your family has life again, or your family has something to go off of, you know, in 2026. So let's get right into it. The way I'm going to do this is I'm going to pull 12 cards. And once I pull my 12 cards, I am going to use a second deck to clarify each card, and then I will get into talking about it. So let's get started for group number 1's month by month for 2026. Let's look at month by month for 2026. Let's start with January. Group 1's energy in January. All right, let's look at February. We have the 10 of Swords and the 7 of Pentacles. Let's look at Group 1's energy in February. Let's look at March. Group 1's energy in March of 2026. Let's look at March. April of 2026. Group 1's energy in April. Let's look at Group 1's energy in May. Group 1's energy in June. Group 1's energy in July. July 2026. August 2026. September 2026. October 2026. November 2026. December. Okay, December we have the 6 of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, there's a lot of cards. And I did want to clarify these cards as well, so we're gonna have another layer of cards, so just bear with me as I pull everything out, kind of align everything together. Okay, there is a lot going on. So I have another deck, and I just want to clarify, and I'll set them right on top of each other, that way, you know, it'll be easy to kind of understand what is what. Let's clarify the 10 of Swords and the 7 of Pentacles for January. On the ground. 7 of Wands. Let's clarify February's 3 of Wands. 6 of Swords. You have that out twice. So January, February. Let's clarify March with the King of Cups for Group 1. Let's clarify March. Let's clarify the King of Cups. Let's clarify the King of Cups. Let's clarify the 3 of Swords. Let's take this first one. I actually think this is in the reverse. The Star. Okay. Let's clarify Justice. Wow. Okay. So January, February, March, April, May. Let's clarify. Now we have June. Let's clarify the Knight of Wands. Clarify the Knight of Wands. 3 of Cups. Let's clarify the Queen of Pentacles. Ace of Swords. Let's clarify the 8 of Pentacles. Oh, that fell on the ground. We have the Page of Pentacles. Let's clarify the 2 of Wands. Oh my god. These cards are just like flying all over the place. It's also very dry. It's snowing and it's dry and the house is dry and my hands are dry even though I keep lotioning. Okay. Let's clarify the 2 of Wands, please. 2 of Wands is definitely taking a while. Okay. Knight of Wands again. Let's clarify the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords taking a while. 8 of Pentacles. Let's clarify the 4 of Pentacles. 7 of Swords. And let's clarify the 6 of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, that's so interesting because the bottom of this deck is the 9 of Wands, so you have that up twice. Okay. I'm gonna like speeden this up. That way we can kind of Okay, there are a lot of cards out here. There's also a lot of repeated cards. So like I said in the intro, give or take, some time, give or take a couple of weeks, even if we talk about January or February, it could be part of the previous month, it could be a part of the next month. So let's just be flexible. So to start off with January, it definitely feels kind of tough. With the Ten of Swords, the Seven of Pentacles, and then the Seven of Wands as well, it literally feels like you're in like fight or flight. And this could have something to do with that family message we talked about in the very beginning, or maybe like your home life or like your personal life. It feels like something is fight or flight. It feels painful. It feels like you're questioning, like, should I keep going or should I just give up? And it feels intense. It feels like pretty painful. You could be very upset or overwhelmed, or you could also feel very stuck, feel like you can't escape something, you can't come out of something, and you're just like, what do I do? It's like, do I keep living the same life? Do I keep continuing to pour into something, or do I just break free or break away from this and completely abandon something? This could be a way of life. This could be, like a lifestyle. This could be something more specific or personal of what's like really hurting you. This could be a relationship with somebody. It could be a lot of things. It could even be career, if it's not about your personal life, it could be career that's really burning you out. But it's just like, how much longer can I do this? It's a sense of burnout, complete burnout. You're very overwhelmed and you just feel like you're sinking. Like it feels like sinking sand and you just don't know how to escape it. And you're just like fighting all the time, like fight or flight. And I think you're really like, there's this energy of like, okay, is this even worth it? Is this lifestyle worth it? Is this job worth it? Is this relationship worth it? Is any of this really worth it in the long run? Because I am so burnt out. Now, this also feels sudden. For some of you, this energy could have been lingering since December of the previous year, or it could have been lingering for a while, but it like escalates quickly in January. So say if it was kind of steady, like you were still kind of overwhelmed or burnt out, but it was like a steady energy, then out of nowhere in January it just like goes 0 to 100. There's something about it being very very quick in January, and I think it almost puts your back up against the wall and you have to make a decision. That's what I'm getting from this the most. It's like maybe you tolerated something for a very long time, especially with these two sevens here. You were consistent. You put in the time and the effort and you tolerated something and you maintained it for a while. And I think now going into 2026, the universe is really putting your back up against the wall for you to kind of like, make a decision. Like, is this really what you want to do? Is this the life you want to live? I think a lot of these deep personal thoughts and these deep healing situations and wounds and patterns, I think a lot of things are coming up to the surface. And I think you have to really decide, okay, do I stay or do I leave? What do I do? Because you can't be in fight or flight forever. And I think you've been in this mode for so long that maybe it even feels kind of natural to you. But I think you're like really at the point of burnout very, very soon. And you have to like you have to change something in your life. Some kind of a lifestyle change, some kind of a decision has to be made in January. So that's like a very specific energy. That's what I'm sensing. You have two sevens here, you have a 10. This is Gemini. And then the Seven of Pentacles is Taurus. And then the Seven of Wands is Leo. Yeah. And with this being Mars in Leo, it feels inescapable. Like, when a fire becomes like all consuming and it just like takes everything in and then you just have this huge fire. That's what Mars feels like to me. It feels like something is being engulfed in flames and you just cannot escape it. And that's why I think there has to be some kind of a change that needs to be made. And it has to be made like literally at the start of the year. I think this is very seriously like right now, like at the start of the year, these thoughts are coming up and this change has to be made very, very quickly. And I think you do. I think you find a lot of peace, honestly, moving into February. Something drastically changes in February. You could physically be like moving away from something. If this is like a job scenario or something like that, you could be physically moving away from a job or if it's a lifestyle, if it's people, if it's a home, whatever it is, you are definitely getting yourself out of it physically, but also mentally. I love that this is the Six of Swords here, because also, I'm sorry, ignore that this is just such a mess. I tried to organize it, it just doesn't want to organize, so I'm just gonna leave it. But this feels like a mental, finally finding mental peace. You know, you're having a peaceful transition from one thing to the next, and you're finally walking away from the thing. I mean, just look at like the difference, right? Like you have this painful situation that just feels like it's a never-ending ball of fire, and then we go into a very peaceful transition, and we're like finally moving away from it going into February. So I do think instantly you find a lot of peace, and it's because you let go. So whatever this situation is that's causing so much pain in January, you were like holding on to it, which is what allowed it to continue to cause you pain, because you were holding on to it for so long. But the moment you let go, you like instantly find this relief, because you're not holding on to that weight anymore or to that pain. And I think you're finally able to move on in your life. It does feel like this also puts you in some kind of like a standstill, you know, like I think you were genuinely not progressing. It's like maybe you were working on an everyday basis, but your evolution was not progressing, and you were kind of like stuck. For some of you, this could have been stuck for years. You know, it could have been stuck for a very long time, but you're finally stepping into that next chapter going into February. And I love that. And I love that here we see somebody with 10 swords sticking out of their back, but here we see their backs and they're free. You know, there's nothing holding them down, there's nothing stabbing them in the back, and it feels like I have evolved from this, I have let go from it, and I am moving on to the next chapter of my life. And even the fact that we see their back, it's almost them saying like goodbye, you know, like this is you moving forward to something else, and we see like your backside, because you're walking, you know, walking away from the pain, walking away from what was causing that in the first place. It also feels like you have so much clarity now, because this was really fogging you up. I think especially when it comes to mental health, this was making you very depressed, very anxious, very overwhelmed, and especially like that energy of feeling trapped. That is the worst energy, right? Like that will suck the life out of you if you feel trapped in that sense. But finally, you're able to think clearly. You're able to see the possibilities. You're able to see your future. You're able to have clear visions on what you want to do and where you want to go. So whatever you are able to detach in January, it really opens everything up for you, and it like completely shifts your energy, like totally 360. This could be physically moving. There could also be like some kind of a traveling situation in February, or you're just like broadening your horizons, which feels very, very nice. So it does feel like you are very quickly breaking free from whatever was holding you back. And it does feel like you have that aha moment in January to be able to leave it behind. I love this. I love that we have the King of Cups and the Three of Pentacles. For one, I do see that you are like falling back in love with your career or your job or something that you are doing. Now, this could be collaborations, this could be hobbies, this could be classes that you're attending. It's something that you are doing to learn and to grow and to like get better. You know, you're like sharpening your skills in some way. You're doing something that makes you emotionally fulfilled. So I'm definitely thinking like, especially when you don't have that baggage and that pain, you're able to, you know, do things you want to do again, especially in career or hobbies. One thing that's interesting is we also have the King of Cups here. So you could be meeting somebody in when you are in this energy. So like give or take, you know, that late February, early March, or like March into April timeframe, I do think you're meeting somebody. You could meet them through work. You know, you can meet them through coworkers or through mutual friends. You can meet them through classmates. But it does feel like you're meeting somebody, and there is potential for some kind of a relationship to grow with this person. So it feels like not only are you finally feeling like yourself again, you're feeling happy within your own lifestyle again, but you're also attracting some kind of a romantic partner, because you finally walked away from some crazy, chaotic black hole that was just sucking your life away. You know, since you walked away from that, it's like so many things that are meant for you are finally falling into your life again, which is really nice to see. Yeah, that feels very straightforward. I think you're really doing a lot of like activities this month. And I know that might sound weird, but again, hobbies, classes, artistic endeavors, just like doing things that make you happy and or working a lot, but you're happy with your work. So, you know, this would, if you are in some kind of a toxic career path, then you would be in a different career path because whatever it is you're doing for work in this time, this, you know, March, April, late February timeframe, it makes you very, very happy. It also feels like for a lot of you, if this pain was caused through something else in your life, then you couldn't really enjoy your job. I think that maybe a lot of you already love your job, but because you had some other burdens to deal with, your job felt like a chore because you're like, great, another thing I have to put time and effort into. But now that you don't have this weighing you down, now you're actually loving your job again. And I think you never stop loving it, but it's like now you can give it your all. You don't have to show up and be dreading that, oh, I gotta work again. I'm so tired. And I think you're finally like, even if you're doing the same thing, you're finally happy about it again. Or you're finally able to be 100% present with your job. I see 1111 all the time. It also feels like there is some areas of expansion when it comes to your job once you do walk away from this because you have more time and energy to put into projects or into expansion in your work in some way. But this definitely feels like a romantic interest coming in this time frame. Okay, next we are moving on to our, what is this, January, February, March, this roughly April time frame, give or take. I love this. I love that the Three of Swords is in the reverse because it's showing me that you are healing. You know, you had 10 swords taken out of your back, so you definitely went through pain and now you are healing. I love when the Three of Swords is in the reverse because the way I envision it, it's like I feel like the swords are falling out of the heart, meaning those wounds are closing and those wounds are healing. They're not actively open anymore because the swords are falling out. So and I love that it's a star. The star is literally healing and finally pouring into yourself again, finally feeling like yourself again, but you're really healing your heart specifically. Also healing your emotional space specifically. I also think you're learning to put yourself first, which is very nice. I think up until now, you could have put other people ahead of you. You could have put, you know, relationships or family members or just other people's drama, other people's problems. Maybe you try to fix everyone's problems. You try to be like the peacemaker of everything. But I think when you realize like you are done with something and you're not going to continue that lifestyle anymore, you really prioritize yourself and your own happiness and your own healing. And it's like you really finally put yourself first. And do what you need to do and what you want to do. So I love the amount of healing that we see in this March, April timeframe. And I'm actually going to put the star on top here. That also feels very, very specific, just straight healing. So yeah, like March, April, May, I think that early summertime, you're really just focusing on yourself, your own hobbies, your own lifestyle choices, your own health, that's physical health, mental health. This also feels like therapy. You could be joining therapy or you could be finding people to talk to. You know, you could be joining like groups where other people kind of relate to what you're going through. And it just feels like you're finding a sense of healing, but also there's like other people that are helping you heal during this time, which is really, really nice. But you're definitely having a deep sense of like this awakening within yourself, and it's been lacking for a very long time. But it feels like it all started because you walked away from that. And I definitely see a lot of like mental healing as well. I think your mental health could have been struggling for a while because of something and it's finally improving. Now going into, wait, January, February, March, April. Okay, so like April, May time frame. I love this. We have Justice and we have the Empress. You know, two major arcana. I think this is the first time that we're seeing two major arcana coming out together. So this is like a peak for you. And I feel like this May time frame, you're like shedding your old skin because this is like a new you is emerging. And I think this first few months of the year, you're really healing and you're working through whatever you were going through, and you're kind of finding yourself again, doing what you love again, just really pouring into yourself. And this May time frame, you're shedding that old skin because you're done with it. And I feel like you're really emerging as a very powerful being, a very independent, sophisticated, spiritual, self-assured individual. And it's all because of everything you've been through. With Justice, your life is finally finding balance again. You're finally able to do what you want to do. And with the Empress here, you're finally healed and evolved. And I think you're really hitting like a new height in May, in this May time frame. And it really feels like shedding your old skin. And your perspective shifts, the way you view your life shifts, the way you view people, relationships, all of these things are really shifting. And it's like you are a version of yourself that you've never been before, but it's also like one of the best versions of yourself that you've ever been up until now. And it feels like it's only up from here. I think you do evolve and heal to such an extent that you can't go backwards, or people cannot pull you backwards into what you were a part of. I also think you're setting healthy boundaries. There's a lot of love for yourself, a lot of love for yourself, a lot of respect for yourself, but there is a lot of healthy boundaries that you are setting. And it's like at this point in time, it's like you know what you deserve, you know what you don't deserve, and you're not going to ever live a life that you don't deserve ever again. And I think you're also protecting your energy really well. I think you're already protecting your energy, but I definitely think by this like April, May timeframe, you're really protecting your energy. You're really detaching from things that are negative, things that are weighing you down, whether it's people, whether it's, you know, family, friends, whether it's relationships, whether it's substances, whether it's some kind of a toxic lifestyle. You're really detaching from anything that could be potentially holding you back. So I love that. It really feels like you are shedding your old skin and you are emerging as this new person in this April, May timeframe. And I love that because it shows me that you're going into the summertime, you know, give or take, but you're going into the summertime as a very, very evolved version of yourself. And then we come down here to June. And I love this. I love that it's the Knight of Wands and the Three of Cups, and it's interesting you have the Knight of Wands out here twice. So I do think that you get this like zest for life back. I know zest is such a funny word to use, but you get the spark for life back. I think that whatever you were dealing with that was causing so much pain was just literally like draining the life out of you. And I almost feel like for some of you it was so bad that you didn't even feel like the will to survive. Like you didn't even have that, you know, like you were literally being drained so much. But once you kind of get to this energy over the summertime, it's like you're back to your fun, flirty, adventurous, energetic self. You finally love life again. And that's why I love it, because it also feels like the weather is like the perfect timing because it's summertime. You're able to go out, you're able to meet people, or you're able to travel. You know, I also think when you're just under the sun, I think it just makes you feel so much better. And when the weather is nice, that also makes you feel so much better. But you're really just like, I almost feel like you're like young again, or like a younger version of yourself, or you're really just like being very spontaneous, adventurous, and just like very easygoing in life. And again, you don't have the weight of something weighing down on you. So you're just so happy, and you could be making new friends, you could be meeting up with friends, you could be spending a lot of time with like-minded people. And this could even be a vacation that you might go on with a group of friends or family. Like you could be traveling over the summertime with like-minded people, and that's like so much fun, and it's very, very nice. And with the Knight of Wands, it just feels like you're just flirty, you're just fun, and you're just having a really good time. And I feel like you're not really taking things too seriously. You're just taking life one day at a time this summer, and it just feels like you've lost like so much weight off of you. I mean, not like physically, sorry. I shouldn't have said it like that. Like the weight of the world that you were feeling, like energetically, you lost all of that weight, is what I'm trying to say. And it just feels like you're light and you're airy and you're bubbly and you're just finally back to you, the real you that's been hidden away for so long. You're finally able to emerge as that person again. And I think you just like love life, especially if you haven't felt that way in a long time. And I also think you're so proud of yourself for the progress you made and for everything that you have done to better yourself up until this like May, June timeframe. So I love that. I feel like summertime is going to be really fun for this group, really exciting. I also see like just you feeling very good about yourself, about your body, you feeling very just fun and adventurous. For some of you, if this romantic interest is something that doesn't progress, then it's very possible that you are like flirty and single and you're kind of just like not looking for a serious relationship. I could also see that when it comes to this King of Cups, because I feel like there could be somebody that you meet, and I almost think that this person would be more interested in pursuing a romantic relationship than you are with them. And it also feels like you could be like, at first you could be very interested and you're like, yeah, like I like you, like let's see where it goes. But I think because you have so much to heal through, you're finally like a free bird again. You're almost questioning, like, do I want a commitment? Like, I just came out of this craziness, like, do I want to be tied down to something again? So it almost feels like you might actually not want to pursue something more serious with whoever this person is, and you maybe just remain friends, because it does feel like over the summer you don't want to be committed to anybody, because once you do like shed that old skin and you get to this Empress energy, you're just like, I don't want to be tied down, I just want to be free and just do whatever I want to do in life. So that's what I'm sensing. I feel like you might not want a serious relationship this year, or at least the first half of this year, right? So now we're going into July. So this is like mid-year. I think even this could be considered the halfway through the year. We have the Queen of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. I love it. I feel like you have definitely grown a lot within your career in the first 6 months of the year. So you're definitely hitting some kind of a milestone once you hit this June, July, August, this like mid-summer peak of summertime time frame. I think you're hitting some kind of a milestone, because we see that like you're still working, you're still doing your thing, even if you're struggling, even if you're going through things, even while you're healing, you're still working, right? So it feels like you're hitting a milestone. Maybe you're finally saved up enough money, maybe you're leveling up in your career, maybe if you're like an entrepreneur, like you've hit a milestone of like your items sold, or like you've gained something, it's something you didn't have before, and it shows you that you are leveling up within your status, or within your finances, or within your reputation, or within the company, or within your own business. It's like you're hitting a huge milestone. And I love that we have the Ace of Swords, because that also shows me that during this time frame, the summer time frame, you have finally found like that sense of clarity, or that sense of like realizations on like why you are focusing on something within your career. So for some of you, if you're like working for, hypothetical example, if you're working on like your own business, and you have to stay patient with it because it wasn't growing, originally, and you had to like really stay consistent with it, then it would be like mid-year when something finally does take off, then you're like, yes, I'm so glad I stuck with it. This is the breakthrough I was waiting for. This is the clarity or the reassurance I was waiting for, to know that I am on the right path with this, even if it's slow to grow. It feels something like that. It feels like you find some level of reassurance, you find some level of like, of a confirmation that you are on the right career path because of the milestone that you hit during this summertime. So I love that. I love that energy. And I also think you're just very focused on career, and this could be like, again, a lot of financial benefits coming in, or this could be benefits to like your actual growth, but it just makes you feel so good, when it comes to your career. And And I also think you're going to be so happy that you were able to give so much time and energy to the career, especially if something was holding you back in the very start of the year. You're like, oh my God, I'm so glad I'm not dealing with that anymore, because look how far I've come within my job or within my reputation. And I love this because it does feel like, especially with the Eight of Pentacles out here twice, it does feel like you're very disciplined within career in 2026. I think this is like a huge part of your life. So whether it's like you're in school for many years working towards an end goal in career, whether it's you started in an entry level position and you're really determined to work your way up in a business, whether you are starting your own business and really determined to find that stability and foundation within it, whatever your scenario is, it just feels like you're very determined with career, finances, that foundation, and getting to that vision that you have, that end goal, and you're not gonna just give up, right? I think you're very consistent with it. And I think because you're hitting a milestone over the summer, it like gives you that boost of like, yes, let's keep going. Like, this is what I've been waiting for. This is the promotion I was waiting for. This is the raise. This is the acknowledgement from the bosses. Like, this is what I was working towards, and now I know I'm on the right path, so I want to keep going, or like if it's a business, my product is going viral or my videos are going viral, so let me keep going. So I do think you're very motivated for your own business in 2026, or like your career in 2026. I think that's very important to you. And one thing I love about this energy, though, it doesn't feel just like a random job. And I'm not saying random jobs are bad or anything, but this feels like you are setting yourself up for long-term success. So it doesn't feel like something you're just showing up to just to work, but it feels like, okay, like I am intentionally planting these seeds, so by the time it's like 2 years or 3 or 5 years down the line, then I will have that foundation. Maybe I can retire, in a couple years on this path. It's like whatever you're doing for career in 2026, it's very intentional for your long-term future. It's not just I'm working just to work. It's not a temporary satisfaction. It's not a temporary resolution. It's you're planting seeds for something much more long term, which I really, really love to see that. And that's what I'm sensing with this as well. Now, one thing I do see is there could be some kind of a collaboration coming in, or some kind of a business venture, or like you're branching out into something else, or somebody wants to work with you, or maybe another company wants to work with you, or maybe like you are being invited to like a different business and they want to work with you, or like your boss from here wants you to collaborate with somebody over here. Like, there's something about like networking that's happening during the summertime as well, because this is like August time frame, so like that July, August, maybe even October time frame. There's definitely like networking, and you're starting something new. So it's either like a new project with a team, it's a new project with a collaboration group. There's like some kind of a branching out that is happening, and I think you're very excited about it. Or like you're launching a product and you're collaborating with somebody. There's something like that going on here. And I think you're going to be very, very proud of yourself because you worked so hard to get here. And I think this entire year, especially once you hit the Empress energy, which is that May, early summer time frame, you're just so proud of yourself because you knew the hell that you were going through. You knew the terrible existence that you were experiencing before all of this. So that's why once you hit this, it literally feels like it's a whole new you, and you're so appreciative of yourself, of your hard work, and you're so loving and caring towards yourself because you literally got yourself out of like the pits of hell, to put it in a very dramatic manner, but that's like what I'm feeling. So it's like you're just so proud of yourself, and you're so, like, this is all about you. I feel like 2026 is your year because you got yourself out of that. You are healing. You are working towards your long-term foundation, your long-term financial success, your long-term success in general. So it's like this is just like a year about you. It's like a golden year for you, and I love that. So yeah, expansion in career feels very good. And I love this. You could be like really traveling when it comes to like this, like so what is this, June, July, August, it's like this September time frame. Like, you could really be traveling, or there's something that is like for fun. So up until now, I'm gonna move all these over really quick. Up until now, you were doing more like career things, right? So like this like June, July, May, June, July, maybe like June, July, August, like this feels more career oriented and you're just kind of like hustling, you know, during these times. And then maybe like an example I can give you is, say maybe you made a lot of money. Maybe you did something during this time and you have some extra spending money and then you go on a trip. That's what it feels like. It feels like you are traveling or doing something for fun during this August, September time frame, maybe October, you know, this time frame, because you earned it. That's what it feels like. It feels like you earned this and you deserve it and you deserve to take yourself out. But this just really feels like traveling 100%. And I think you are continuing to stay in this fun, flirty, down to earth, but also like having fun, being adventurous, being spontaneous. You're still staying in this energy, I think, probably ever since like this healing journey is kind of over in this like May timeframe. I think you're going to be in the Knight of Wands energy for the rest of the year, but this really feels like traveling, stepping out of your comfort zone, stepping out of your immediate environment, going somewhere new, you know, a new place. And I definitely see a trip, something about a trip coming up in this, so June, July, August, in that September time frame. Definitely see something happening in regards to a trip. Okay, now, so I keep forgetting where I am. So wait, June, July, August, September. Okay, so October, I think you're still just working. Again, we said like this year is really revolving around your own personal growth, but also your own physical, financial growth and career. I think you're also going to become a bit pickier on who you work with or who you let operate within your business or who you collaborate with, or there's something about like you're setting stricter boundaries. So say like if your business is growing, you know, now you're going to be stricter because you're not just going to let some crazy person come in and ruin what you've built. So it feels like you're like tightening the rules a little bit within your business or your career, or like your expectations in your career field. But this also feels like your own personal growth as well, because this Queen of Swords, she don't take BS from nobody. You know, she protects her energy. She's kind of, it is giving like hermit a little bit. I think like a good random chunks of the year, it's like, yes, you collaborate with people, you have friends, you do things with people, but there's good like pockets of the year that you spend a lot of time by yourself. You're in this hermit stage and you just really kind of do your own thing, and you're kind of like detached from the world, especially when you're traveling. This feels like a solo trip. This feels like you're traveling by yourself, and I think that kind of lingers into this energy of traveling and kind of just going into your own little bubble. But I still think you're very happy with it. But I think you are being very strict with who you let in, the friends you let in, the relationships you let in, but also within business. I think you're very disciplined within yourself because, again, you're planting seeds for the long term. And I see you just being very consistent and motivated and showing up every day for your career. So that also feels very, very good. Okay, I'm about to hit 35 minutes. Okay, so now we have, so I would say from this July to, I already forgot, July, August, September, October. Yeah, this July to October, November, give or take, but definitely October, I think you are just hustling. You're just kind of in a hermit mode, traveling by yourself or doing things just on your own, just working on your own as well. And I think for you, it just feels so good to detach, especially when you were carrying the weight of other people around you for so long. It just feels so good to just be alone and to just, you know, you find a lot of happiness in your own solitude, and I really love that for you. Okay, and then in this November time frame, you have the Four of Pentacles, and then you have the Seven of Swords, which is very interesting. I actually want to clarify this. Can we clarify this Four of Pentacles? Sorry, go to the garage. Can we clarify this Four of Pentacles and the Seven of Swords? The Devil. Wow, Four of Pentacles, Two of Swords. Okay, this energy is really interesting to me because it feels like you're going to need to let go of something. And it's interesting, right? Because we're already talking about you did let go of something very heavy. You have been working on yourself. You are very determined. And then we see that now Spirit is saying you have to let go of something else. I can give you an example of what this is saying. So say, for example, right? Like, even though you went through this painful thing and you did walk away from it, say you still live in the same house, or say you still live in the same community, in the same environment, even though you're healing, even though you're working and traveling and you're doing all these things that do make you happy, you're still in that same physical home or that same environment. And I think by the time the end of the year rolls around, I think Spirit is going to encourage you to really leave a physical place behind, because that's what I'm seeing here too. Because a lot of this could be like emotional, letting go something emotionally, letting go of something mentally and energetically. And yes, you're traveling and you're doing new things and meeting new people, but it's like deep down there's something you are still holding on to. So my example for this would be like a home, like you're still living in that home that caused that much pain, or you're still living in the community that caused this pain. So you are in a way kind of always reminded of it. Because when I see the Devil and I see these people chained, it made me think of, even though there's a lot of healing that you have done, you're still attached to something that almost is reminding you of this, or it's like a trauma response. It's like a trauma attachment to something. And now by the time the end of the year rolls around, you've done so much healing, and Spirit is saying this is the final thing you have to let go of. So again, but it does feel like you're tied to it or still holding on to it, even if it's little, through some kind of a trauma bond to this thing. So it could be a physical home, it could be an environment, it could be like physical objects, but I am sensing it is a physical thing, because they're asking you to detach from it physically, to let go. Because even if you're telling yourself, like, you know what, I can still live here, even though I went through hell in this house, I can still live here, I can still live in this neighborhood, I can still live in the environment that triggers me. And I think that is an unhealed version of you saying these things. And I think that once you are healed, especially by the end of this year, you're like, you've shed that old skin. You are a new person. So I think you are also going to realize, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. You know, I'm triggered. This is not where I want to be. I don't want to be attached to these things from my past. And up until now, I was almost like lying to myself, saying that I can stay here and still heal completely. I can stay here and still detach completely. But no, I'm going to be chained to whatever that devil was, or whatever that pain or trauma or whatever it was. And it feels like this is kind of tough, because we see the Four of Pentacles, right? I mean, the Four of Pentacles talks about holding on very tightly. You have a strong grip on it. And when we use the example of a home, you know, you're emotionally attached to your home, or you're emotionally attached to your environment, or to whatever this is that you are being asked to detach from. You are emotionally attached to it to some extent, which is why it kind of becomes that trauma bond. And that is like the final piece of the puzzle to move away from, or to let go of, for you to really be completely done with whatever this past pain was. And I think Spirit is saying, like, you can heal everything. Like, you could be 99.9% healed, but if you're still living in the home that caused you all that pain, you're still triggered or reminded to some certain extent. Or if you're still, you know, seeing these people on a regular basis, you're still triggered to a certain extent. So I think they're saying that for your ultimate growth, and like a great way to end the year off is to physically leave whatever the last piece of that puzzle is that you were holding on to. And that's why I love that we have the Seven of Swords here. And because what's interesting is the Seven of Swords we saw up here, this feels more of a mental thing. And I think I said that earlier. It feels like a peaceful mental transition to something new, and to kind of move on with your life. But this, especially this with the Wheel of Fortune and the Nine of Wands, this feels like a physical relocation. So I actually think a lot of you could be moving closer to the end of 2026, that like holiday season, November, December timeframe, or maybe even October, November, December. I think Spirit is making it obvious to you that you have outgrown where you currently are physically, and you are being advised to move to a new place so you can truly start over in life. And I think you're going to be a little nervous, you know, I think, but it's perfect because for career, you're planting long-term seeds. So I think it also makes sense for career for you to expand in some way as well. And maybe relocation helps you in that. But it feels like you're going to be a little anxious about it, but I think that is really what Spirit is advising you at the end of the year, to physically move from a location that's not serving you anymore. And there's a lot of like destiny intertwined into this with the Wheel of Fortune. So I think especially during the end of the year, Spirit's going to be like hounding you. They're going to be like, come on, like it's time to pack up and leave. And it does feel like they want you to start 2027 in a new home, in a new environment, in a new neighborhood, in a new city, maybe even a new country for some of you. Like there's huge emphasis on we need you to move at the end of this year. And it feels good. It feels positive. It feels like it's happening for you. But I do get that you're a little nervous. You're a little anxious. Maybe you've never lived anywhere else, or this would be a really big move. And another way Spirit could encourage this move for you is if you get a new job, or something about like your work environment changes. Maybe you're being transferred to a different city. And I think that's a way that Spirit can help you realize that you are still attached to some kind of a physical situation, but their divine intervention is now you're getting transferred, so you have to go, or like there's a new job opportunity somewhere else and you kind of have to take it to some extent. So it does feel like you almost don't want to go, or you don't want to detach from this final piece of the puzzle, but Spirit is almost kind of forcing you to, in the best way. And I think in the moment you don't realize it, but I think in the long run, especially like once you do leave, you're going to realize, yeah, like that was the final piece. That was something that was holding me back. And I'm so happy that I was able to get away from that, because now I am completely a new person living a new existence. Okay, you guys, we made it. That was like 45 minutes or something, but thank you so much for sticking around as we get through the entire year ahead for you. So we saw some major themes, right? Healing, transformation, focusing on career, traveling, finding that spark back within your life. And by the end of the year, Spirit will motivate you, or at least try to get you to think about moving and physically relocating by the end of this year. Okay, sorry, I'm burping. But now I just have some advice to end off. We have Penguin with Diamond Light Activation. Light activations and new energies are coming your way. Be open to receive and welcome them in. Yes, that's what it feels like. This, whatever you're leaving behind or detaching from, it's happening very soon. It might have even already happened for some of you. Star Mother, how can you mother yourself? I feel like this is saying, how can you nurture yourself? How can you love yourself? How can you take care of yourself? Which we already saw by the time you get to this May time frame, you are shedding your previous skin. So you do a good job of self-care by then. Wait. And it says a time for healing. Now, when this says wait, I don't think this is saying like hold on to whatever is causing you pain. But I think it is saying something is moving slowly but surely. I don't think it's saying, you know, stay in something negative, but it's like moving slowly but surely. But yeah, moving forward. I do definitely think there is forward movement here for this group. So, and this could be like, say if you want to reach out to somebody, like somebody who is a part of this pain and this negativity, or if you want to fix it, if you want to go back to them, that's what they're saying. Wait, hold on, you know, especially if this is like a relationship, or if this is like somebody, you know, they're like, wait, don't do anything yet, because you're meant to outgrow this. I think that's how that is being interpreted. Okay. Group 1, thank you so much for letting me give you this reading for your year ahead. I hope it was helpful. I hope it made sense. If you want a specific reading for your own life, you know, go ahead and email me. My email is in the description below. We can set up a one-on-one session together. I offer live readings. I also offer pre-recorded readings. So whatever fits your boat, if you're interested, you can go ahead and reach out to me. I also have a Patreon where we have a bunch of exclusive content over there, and the viewers get to suggest the monthly readings. So it's like super personalized. So there's different tiers on there. If you're interested, definitely read through what the description is saying before you make your decisions. But yeah, that's in the description as well. So thank you so much for being here, you guys. Take good care of yourself, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye. Hey guys, if you chose this Temperance card with this rose quartz crystal and the Muse Tarot, this is your group. Hello, group number 2. I'm going to set your crystal right there. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support on my channel. And let's get right into my little disclaimer. So I mentioned this in group 1. I'm going to mention it for all of our groups. But this idea about time and like a time frame, since this is a reading about the next 12 months, I just want us to be a little bit flexible with time, because time is not set in stone. I will never, ever say time is set in stone, because everything, especially our predictions, it goes off of your current energies. And time also kind of goes off of your current energy, because depending on what we see, you know, we're reading what's currently in your energy. So when your energy shifts, other things about our readings can also shift. But also time, it's like it could really be a little bit of the previous month, a little bit of the next month. You know, we have to be very flexible when it comes to a time frame. And I just think that, you know, I'll never say like this is going to happen in January and this is specifically going to happen in February. It's all kind of like a give and take. It's all very flexible, and nothing is ever set in stone. And honestly, depending on how your energy goes throughout the year, things could be prolonged or things could happen quicker, you know. So there's so many factors that goes into it, and I feel like I need to have that disclaimer for a reading where we talk about the next 12 months. You know, be flexible with it, give or take a little bit of time, and you know, it's never ever set in stone. So I just want to say that, because I personally don't want anybody to get like upset if like something doesn't happen like at the exact time that I mentioned it. I think you just have to, you know, interpret it for yourself, and also just be flexible with our timelines today. And also, we don't have an energy check today. So if the reading does not sound like you and the energies totally doesn't sound like what you are expecting for your month and for your year ahead, then definitely check out a different group. But how we're going to do this is I'm going to take the deck you guys chose here, and I'm going to pull 12 cards, and then I'm going to take a second deck, which is actually, it's her sister deck today. And it's interesting because I'm not using like sister decks for the other decks, but for this one, I was trying to think about, okay, what deck can I use to like clarify the 12 cards? And I was like, oh my gosh, like the Muse, her sister deck is the Light Seers deck, which I use often because I love the Light Seers deck, but it's from the same creator, and the Light Seers deck came out first, and this is like the little sister. But yeah, I just felt drawn to like using a deck that is like related to this deck for our group, for group 2 today. So, and then that got me thinking, maybe for some of you, you have a sister, like specifically a sister that is going to be significant in 2026. Maybe, you know, you're growing together, you're doing things together, maybe you are involved in each other's lives a lot in 2026. So that also could be significant for some of you. But yeah, I'm going to use that deck to clarify the 12 cards, and then we will talk about your year ahead. But yes, definitely take everything and be a little flexible with it. But yeah, I like this energy. When I first saw this Temperance card, I thought about somebody who's really like coming into their skin, somebody who's really transforming this year into like this very ideal version of themselves. And you're like really like, yeah, like you're really growing into yourself. You're really transforming into a person that's like closer to your higher self, closer to who your soul really is. I also think you are walking away from anything that's inauthentic to you this year. So that could be style, that could be physically your part of your body, like how you style yourself, how you dress, your hair. That could be friendships, connections, beliefs. It really does feel like you're not living an inauthentic life in 2026. You're really evolving into the most authentic version of yourself this year. And especially there's something about like physical expression. So whether it's like your personality, whether it's your body, your style, your hair, I think that you're really like staying very true to who you are, and physically expressing the person you want to be and the person you really are deep down. So it feels very nice. Oh my god, you know, I just realized there's two people on this card mirroring each other, and I was just talking about a sister. So you could definitely have a sister, whether you are a masculine or a feminine energy, it doesn't matter. I think a sibling, but specifically like a feminine energy sibling, seems significant. Okay, so let's get into it. I will speed up this process a little bit because it kind of took a while in group 1 to get all the 12 cards out and then also clarify all the 12 cards. So let's go ahead and get our cards for group number 2. Let's start with January. What is group 2's energy in January 2026? Group 2's energy in January 2026. Okay, taking a while. 555 on the time. Group 2's energy in January. The wheel. Wow. Okay. Group 2's energy in February. One card for February 2026. That's a lot. And some fell on the ground. All right, let me scoot back in. Let's try that again. I'm gonna shuffle up here so they don't fall back out. Let's see. February. Wow, you have the Lovers and you have the Sun coming out together. I will keep them together. So January, February, and also I will say it's gonna be messy. It was pretty messy for group 1 and I kind of just had to roll with it. Okay, so January, February, group 2's energy in March 2026. Group 2's energy in March 2026. 5 of Emotions, that's the 5 of Cups. January, February, March, April. Oh, that was quick. April, something could happen very quickly in April because that came out very fast. So January, February, March, April, this is the Knight of Emotions. May, group 2's energy in May 2026. Wow, oh my gosh, group 1 got the exact same card as well. The Empress in May. Very cool. Okay, May now. June, group 2's energy in June 2026. Two of Voices. That's the 2 of Swords. May. Okay. May. So this is June. So now July 2026. July. Wow, Awakening. Okay, that is the Judgment card. So wait, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August 2026. Group 2's energy in August 2026. 7 of Inspiration, that is a 7 of Wands. September, group 2's energy in September. We have the 8 of Voices. Let's see, October 2026. Oh, the 10 of Material, that is the 10 of Pentacles. October, November 2026. Oh, 9 of Materials, wow. November, and then December 2026. And I even scooted up for it to not fall on the ground, and it still fell on the ground. All right, let's try that again. That was a few that fell on the ground. December 2026, Group 2's energy in December 2026. Page of Inspiration. That is the Page of Wands. Wow, we have the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, so there could be a counterpart energy. Okay, now let me use the second deck. And let's clarify. Let's clarify the Wheel of Fortune. Let's clarify the Wheel of... Wow, I don't want to take them, but that's your intro card. That's interesting. Let's clarify the Wheel of Fortune. Clarified by another major arcana, Strength. Let's clarify the Lovers and the Sun. 3 of Cups. Let's clarify the 5 of Emotions, which is the 5 of Cups. Oh, wow. 6 of Cups. Let's clarify the Knight of Emotions, which is the Knight of Cups. 8 of Cups. Let's clarify the Empress. Judgment. You have Judgment out here twice. Yeah, okay. Let's clarify the 2 of Swords, which is the 2 of Voices. Wow, King of Cups. Let's clarify Awakening, which is Judgment. Okay, I'll keep this in mind. We have the Emperor, which I saw the Emperor in the other deck too. Queen of Wands. I don't want to take them. I don't want to take cards that are coming out in doubles, but we will acknowledge them. Let's clarify Awakening. Five of Pentacles. Let's clarify the 7 of Wands. Wow, 7 of Wands again. So that's the same card coming out twice. Let's clarify the 8 of Swords. 4 of Pentacles. Let's clarify the 10 of Pentacles. Wow, Group 1 also got the 7 of Swords. But they got that in November. Very close, because this is October. 10 of Materials, 7 of Swords. Let's clarify the 9 of Materials. 7 of Cups. Let's clarify the Page of Inspiration. Wow, 4 of Wands. Okay. Tower, bottom of the deck. Okay, so cards are kind of a mess. What I did in Group 1 is I organized it as I went through them, so that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so let's get started with January. Now, give or take, right? It could be lingering from the previous month. It could be kind of bleeding into the next month, so we'll just kind of be flexible with what I'm saying. So starting off in January, earlier on in the year, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which is so interesting to me. And then we have Strength. I feel like there is something pretty big happening right as the year starts. It could be kind of a tough start to your year. You could even be thinking like, oh boy, like I hope the rest of the year doesn't stay like this, or it does feel like you were thrown some kind of a curveball and you had to stay strong. You had to remain like intact. You had to kind of show up to make something work or to fix something or to take care of something. But I do think when it comes to like your mental health and your emotional well-being, I do think you had to like be strong about something in the month of January. And it does feel quick. You know, I think that with this being the Wheel of Fortune, the universe threw something your way very quick, you know, and I think you weren't expecting it, because the one thing about the Wheel of Fortune is it's very unpredictable, but you're really not expecting it. So it doesn't feel like it's a bad energy, but it feels like something very unexpected happens in the month of January, probably as like the year started. It could have happened very quickly. For some of you, it could have happened in the end of December going into January, but it's like this year is really starting off very unpredictable in a sense, or it's like you could have never predicted this would have happened to you. Like you would have been like a couple months ago, you would have never thought like, oh, this would happen to me, or I would have to deal with this in the month of January. But definitely feels like some kind of a curveball, and you are being asked to stay strong and to, you know, stay grounded and to overcome the challenge or overcome the situation. It doesn't feel like the end of the world kind of a curveball, but it feels tough. You know, it feels like something tough that you had to kind of go through, and or it's something tough that's just kind of starting the year off for you. But luckily, it doesn't feel like it's going to last a long time. It feels like it's a very quick energy, and it's just like a okay, we're dealing with this in January and we're going to move on from it. And now this could also kind of set the stage for, not that this is a repeating theme for the year of 2026, but it almost like sets the stage for how you react to things or how you plan things after this. Or it's almost like the universe, you know, the Wheel of Fortune, it's very purposeful. The universe purposefully kind of threw something your way so it can either change your plans, change your views on something, change your ideas about something, change how you go about something. But yeah, definitely feels like something unexpected happens at the start of the year. If this is coming up for like January, then I think it's happening very quickly at the start of the year. That's what it feels like. So I think for a lot of you watching this, you've already experienced this curveball or this situation you have to deal with. And then going into February, we have the Lovers, we have the Sun, and then we have the Three of Cups. So it's like already you have 4 major arcana because we have 2 there, and then you have 2 here, and then the Three of Cups. I think that whatever you're dealing with in January, it really goes away. I mean, we have, you know, a very positive, this is literally the happiest card in tarot. So it feels like whatever curveball you're dealing with, it goes away. It does not linger throughout the year. And I think you're back to feeling good about yourself, back to feeling good about life, back to your mental health prospering with the way, you know, this person is here. And I think you're just finding happiness again, and you're evolving. You're taking what happened, you're learning from it, or you're somehow evolving from it to better yourself almost immediately or very quickly from when it happens to you. And so that feels very good. It feels very positive. What's so interesting about the Lovers here, and this came out together, is these people are like at a distance from each other, and these people have the same thing. I'm gonna go really close to the camera. They have these weird like things growing out of their head, and the Sun person also has this strange thing growing out of their head. So it feels like in February, or at least like start of the year, maybe you're even sensing this in January for some of you, but it feels like some kind of a soulmate vibe, or it feels like there's some person in your energetic space or in like your subconscious. Maybe you're dreaming about them, you're getting signs and synchronicities about them, you're picking up on like a romantic partner because this is the Lovers. And I think you start getting these intuitive hits about a soulmate very early on in the year. But it feels like after this whatever unpredictable Wheel of Fortune situation is, you start picking up on somebody, and it happens quickly. And I think that other person is probably picking up on you as well, but it does feel like there's physical distance between the two of you. So I don't think you have connected with this person yet in the 3D, or at least in this January, February timeframe, but you are picking up on them heavily, thinking about them a lot. And you're like, yeah, you're like really like dreaming about them, thinking about them. A lot of signs and synchronicities are pointing to something, and you're trying to like navigate and trying to figure out what it is. But I think for a lot of you, you can sense there's like some soulmate energy that is like lingering around you very early on going into this January, February timeframe. And there, you could receive signs or even visuals through meditation, or whenever you're kind of like still and your mind is not being preoccupied by a lot of things. I think that you could receive a lot of signs and synchronicities about it. But because this happens very early on, but Spirit is not giving you a lot of information, they're almost just like keeping you hanging, kind of like they're kind of just having you wait, because they're not revealing anything just yet. They are, especially about this like soulmate romantic person that is going to come into your life, or we'll see, right? But they're like kind of leaving it like very mysterious. I don't know why. But it does feel like when it comes to this sense of happiness and kind of your life, going back to normal, or you finding peace again, finding happiness or fulfillment, or kind of just like getting over whatever this curveball was, I think that happens relatively quickly for you. So you are able to feel good about life and move forward, which feels very nice. I also think that there could be a support system that you have in February, this January, February timeframe, especially it would be after the curveball, but this around this first 3 months of the year, you find some kind of a support system. And I think you can talk to these people. This could even be like a therapy group or a friend group, but these are like-minded people, and I think you share with them, you share ideas with them. I'm even hearing some of you are meeting on like Bumble BFF, which is like a dating app, but like for friends. Like Bumble is like a dating app, but they have this thing called BFF where you can find friends through that. And there's something like that, like you're networking with other like-minded people, you're finding friends, but your support system is growing very early on in the year. So that feels really, really nice. And I think it also, it helps you to realize you're not alone, especially if whatever this curveball is, if it did make you feel alone. But I also think with the Three of Cups here, you're coming out of your shell a little bit very early on in the year. So this could even be like hobbies, or kind of going to like classes, or just kind of putting yourself out there. And it does feel like maybe you were in a bit of a hermit stage, but with whatever is happening in the first few months, you are coming out of some kind of an isolation or some kind of a hermit stage, and you are finding people that you enjoy and want to hang out with and spend time with and grow with these like-minded people. This could even be an online community. Since I was talking about Bumble BFF, it could be you're making friends online, you have some kind of an online group, or it's like an online chat room, or like there's something where it's like it could be online for some of you if you live at a distance from these people. Or like if it's not a group of people, you're definitely like you're gaining a deep friendship with somebody. It could just be one person. If it's not a group of people, it could be anybody, but it does feel like the first few months you're gaining a deep friendship and connection with somebody, and I think you're very happy about that. Now, what's so interesting is we literally have the Five of Cups and the Six of Cups coming out side by side here. And the Five of Cups is talking about sadness, disappointment. It also talks about reminiscing about the past, or about something that you no longer have. And the Six of Cups also talks about reminiscing about the past. So I almost wonder if like in this March time frame, if you are thinking about somebody, you're missing somebody, you're thinking about the past with somebody, or it feels like an emotional time, this March time frame, give or take a few weeks before or after March, but your emotions are running high. And it's because you're missing someone. I don't know who. I think because it's a general reading, just kind of, well, you're going to have to wait and see who you're missing and why you're missing them. But it could be a friend that you maybe can't hang out with as much, or somebody you meet and they move away. There's something about like you miss somebody a lot and you're thinking about the past with this person. It could even be a family member, but it's like they're not in your immediate life and you're upset about that. And you're not like crying. Like it's not like this sense of like, oh, I'm so hurt, I'm so broken, I'm just gonna cry all day. It's not like that. It's like this like sadness. It's like, oh, I really miss them. It's like it's just like, oh, I wonder what they're up to, or I wish I got to spend more time with them, or, I wonder if I can reach out to them. It's like a subtle sadness, and like you're missing somebody subtly. Or I guess it could be an animal. This is so sad, but like there is this guy and his dog, and they like grew up together, and maybe there's a pet that you're missing. That sounds like so sad. I don't even want to think about that. But that could be something, Or now another way I could interpret this is if it's like very subtle, as in like say you're going on a trip in like this March time frame, like because this is an example that I have personally felt is like I like to travel, but I have two cats, right? And it's nice because I get to leave them at my mom's house when I do go and travel, but I miss them so much because my cats are like attached to my hip, like quite literally, like they're always by my side, and we've just been together for so long, and they are just so attached to their mom. And whenever I'm traveling, I miss them so much. And then I'm to the point where I don't even want to see photos of them. Like to the point where my mom's like, do you want me to send you photos of them? I'm like, no, like I don't want to see what they're doing. I just don't want to like connect with them even energetically, because I know they miss me and I miss them. And I just like, I don't want to deal with that right now, because I want to focus on like my trip. And it could be like that too. Like say you're going on a trip, or you're doing something where you have to kind of leave someone or a pet or something behind, and you're going to miss them, and you're like reminiscing about them, and you're thinking about them. This could even be family, like you're going on a trip and you miss your family, so if that's what it feels, subtle. It doesn't feel like huge. It doesn't feel like this crazy world shattering event. I think for some people it could be more emotional than others, but it's like you're really missing somebody, you're really thinking about them, reminiscing about them, and there's like a sense of like kind of like a sadness to it in a way. But it doesn't feel like it doesn't have to be crazy. It could be, like they're still there, you're still going to come home to them, but you miss them in the moment. Or like, you really like somebody and they have to go. Another example is like, say if you meet friends and like you have such a good time with them, but they have to leave, or they have to travel, or they have to like physically somehow get farther away from you, or you can't talk to somebody as much. That's what it kind of feels like. It doesn't feel too intense, I'll be honest. So that's like January, February, March timeframe, give or take, And then going into this April timeframe, we have the Knight of Emotions and the Eight of Cups. It feels there's a very specific message here. There's a sense of like a soul-searching journey. So maybe you are traveling. For some of you, we are talking about like a trip as a hypothetical example. So I'll use that, but it's possible I'm thinking about it as an example because you are going on a trip in this March, April timeframe. But it feels like you're on a soul-searching journey. And I think this Wheel of Fortune kind of like jump-started that soul-searching journey. Even if you knew yourself before coming into 2026, if you felt like, you know what, like I have a good grasp on who I am, what I want out of life, my visions, my dreams, I think whatever this curveball is, it made it a bit aware. Like it made things come up to the surface. It made you realize, okay, maybe, I don't know, right? It made you realize things. But it feels like some kind of a soul-searching journey with this Eight of Cups. And I think you're also kind of realizing what serves you, what doesn't serve you anymore. This Eight of Cups also talks about walking away from something. So some of you could physically and quite literally be walking away from somebody that misses you. Like a friend, maybe even a partner or somebody that you've been dealing with. For some of you, you could be moving. I know we're talking about traveling, but even moving could fall under this. Like say you were living with your family, like, I was just giving the example of like, I'm living at home. So say if I'm using that example of like, oh, maybe in this March, April timeframe, maybe I move and then I'm missing my mom or I'm missing my family because I lived with them for so many years. And now I have to kind of go do my own thing, because there is a sense of independence here with this Eight of Cups, but it feels like I'm soul searching. I am finding my own path, but I am independent and I'm doing this by myself. So you could really be missing somebody that maybe you used to live with or used to engage with on a regular basis. Maybe you're missing friends that you have to move away from. But it definitely feels like you're either like traveling, physically relocating, or there's some soul searching energy in this April timeframe. Even like kind of going into this too, but I think it starts in like March, April. But yeah, and then I love that we have the Knight of Emotions, because this is like you walking away to find yourself. But then this Knight of Emotions, Knight of Cups energy is like meeting you somewhere, because this horse is like in movement. So it almost feels like you're meeting in the middle somewhere. And it feels like your intuition is taking you somewhere. Maybe it's a trip, maybe it's relocation, maybe it's whatever the soul-searching journey is. It's like taking you somewhere, but it's also bringing somebody else there. And we were literally talking about you intuitively picking up on somebody early on in the year. So that also makes a lot of sense, that like there's this bittersweet energy because maybe you have to leave something behind because your intuition is calling you somewhere or for you to go somewhere, but you actually end up like meeting your soulmate there because you were already picking up on them. Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of divine intervention for this group. And it starts like literally as the year starts. So yeah, you're meeting somebody halfway. And it is a potential relationship with the Knight of Cups. So yeah, even they are intuitively picking up on you. They already are. I think the moment you start picking up on them heavily, they also start picking up on you heavily. It feels very mutual. They could also be on their own soul searching journey, but it feels like you guys meet halfway somewhere. And Spirit is saying the only reason you meet them is because you went somewhere. So you went on a trip, or you moved, or you walked away from something that was no longer serving you, or you're starting over in life, or you're doing something physically that involves like some kind of a physical location situation, but they also happen to be there. So that's really cool. So yeah, you're meeting somebody for sure in this, you know, April, May, March, give or take. But I think it is the same person that you were picking up on. It also feels like you could be running into this person a lot, which is so interesting, right? Because it almost feels like, say you go somewhere, but then you see the same person at the cafe like every day that you're there. Or maybe you guys take the same train or the same bus or the same plane, or like you keep meeting each other in these like really interesting circumstances. And I think eventually you're like, wait, I just saw you. Like, wait, like, do we have the same itinerary? Are we doing the same things if we're like literally running into each other so much? So there's something about like, you don't know them, they don't know you, but you keep running into each other's circle in this short period of time. And like that somehow sparks a conversation, or you're somehow interested in them, or they're interested in you. There's something like that going on. Like you're really meeting each other more than once before you talk. Very interesting. Going into May, so yeah, January, February, March, April, give or take, right? Be flexible with it. Going into May, I love this Empress card. Like, it is so freaking cool. It has the entire solar system coming out of her heart chakra. And I think that's just like the coolest thing ever. So I do think in this May, early summer time frame, you are really aligning to your higher self, to your soul, and to the person you are meant to be. And we said that in the very beginning with your intro. It's like you are really aligning to who you're meant to be this year. And I love this. It's like you have the sense of power, the sense of purpose, the sense of determination, but also you're very spiritual, you're very nurturing and loving, and you're really like becoming yourself. You're growing into your skin, into yourself in this early summer time frame. And I do love Judgment here, and the fact that you have Judgment out twice, because it feels like you have truly surrendered a lot of things, and you're just like, universe, like, take me where you want me to go. You know, show me what you want me to do. Show me my path, my purpose, my destiny. Like, I think you become very, very trusting. You have a lot of faith in the universe during this early May time frame. And I also think because of that, you are evolving into who you are really meant to be. And again, you are walking away from any inauthenticity that you might have had before, and you're truly becoming an authentic version of yourself. So it's kind of very similar to what I said in the very beginning. And it feels like it all started because of this Wheel of Fortune. I almost wonder if that curveball situation did not happen to you at the start of the year, if any of this would have fallen into place. It might not have. So this feels very purposeful with whatever the universe is doing, even if you don't understand it in the moment, because you're probably questioning it, like, why is this happening to me right now? But as time goes on, I think you'll realize the little things, right? Like, this led to that led to this led to this, and you're meeting your soulmate, or you're meeting special people along the way. It's like really taking you to your ultimate destiny, or where you are truly meant to be, or who you're truly meant to become. So it's like there's so much that is stemming off of whatever that Wheel of Fortune was. But I love this, you know, going into the early summer time frame. So now we have June. And that's interesting because even in this April time frame, we're talking about a self-searching journey or soul-searching journey. So I think that really bleeds into May as well. Because I think like this April, May time frame, you're just on this path of figuring out who you are, what you want, what type of life do you want to live, who do you want in your life. So that feels like a very important chunk of the year. Okay, so now in this June time frame, you have the Two of Swords. This was your original card that came out for June, and then we clarified it with the King of Cups. So it's interesting, we go from the Knight of Cups to the King of Cups. So definitely whoever this person is that you're meeting in this April time frame, you know, give or take, you are definitely growing with this person romantically. So I think over like April, May, June, I guess like that early summertime going into summertime, you're really like connecting and growing, and your relationship is really evolving with somebody because it starts small and it goes really big with that King of Cups. And I think what's interesting is you're questioning it for some reason. I do think this Two of Voices is about this connection and this relationship with this person. There could be some like physical obstacles. So for example, right, like say if you met while you're traveling, then you don't live in the same place, right? So then as you're like really falling for this person, and maybe you even fall in love with this person, or this person and you are like really growing and wanting to take things to the next level, I think your logic is like, well, could we actually make it work though? Because maybe we have busy schedules, maybe we don't live in the same place, maybe it's like a long distance situation, or for some reason you're like hesitant about this relationship furthering itself. Or like maybe you spend the summertime together, and then this person is like, well, should we make it official? Like it's almost like taking the next level, or taking the next level of commitment in some way, but you're like hesitant about it for some reason. And I think the reason you're hesitant is going to be different for everybody, because it is a general reading and there could be so many circumstances on why you're hesitant. But with this being the King of Cups, it feels very good. Feels very genuine, feels very loving and nurturing, it feels very real. So yeah, you're like you're questioning it, or you're nervous about it, but I almost think you don't need to be. Like there's no need to be nervous. I think it's something could be challenging, but I don't think it's enough to walk away from it completely. It does feel like this is a very genuine person, especially the more you get to know them, and I think you can really trust this person. So I don't think there is a need for you to be hesitant about what is going on. But that's interesting. Maybe we'll come back to this June timeframe when it comes to this. Okay. And then in July, we have Awakening, and then we also have the Five of Pentacles. I actually want to clarify this. Let me move all of these over just so I can make some more space for a second, but still keeping them apart. I want to clarify Awakening and the Five of Pentacles. Let's clarify Awakening and this Five of Pentacles. Mostly I want to clarify this Five of Pentacles. What is this Five of Pentacles talking about? Wow, Two of Pentacles. Oh my god, Knight of Cups again. So that's the third time like this person is popping up, because we see them as the Knight of Cups, we see them as the King of Cups, and then we also see them again as the Knight of Cups. So, and then we see this Two of Pentacles. So, I don't want to get tunnel visioned and only explain it in a romantic sense, so I'll give you both. But the fact that we have the Knight of Pentacles out again, as we were talking about this hesitation for a romantic person, I think that's what this is talking about. But So let me put this down for a second. If we're just looking at these three, awakening with Two of Pentacles and the Five of Pentacles, again, you're really like questioning something. And the Five of Pentacles is like a lack of something. And it feels like you really feel the lack of something, which is what is causing you to question it. So this could also be like, say if there is somebody, right? There's this Knight of Cups person that you really miss them, or you're really questioning something and you're feeling the lack of, maybe the lack of them not being around, or there's definitely some kind of like an obstacle, but it feels like it's in your head, or it feels like it's in your emotions. Like, I don't think the obstacle is real. Like, maybe it is, right? Like, for example, this long distance relationship example that I'm using, you obviously, you know, in a long distance scenario, you don't get to see this person that often in person. Or if they're really busy, you don't get to see them as often in person. So like, this Five of Pentacles feels like you're feeling the lack of it in person. And, you know, you're upset or you're sad, or you're like, you know what, like, I don't have them as much as I want to. I can't see them as much as I want to. So it's like you're feeling that lack and that sadness in person. But, and even though like the situation could be tough, it doesn't mean that it's like a bad relationship. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, yes, it's real. The fact that you cannot see this person the way that you want to, it is real. But maybe it's like not as bad as your head is making it out to be. Like, maybe it's still a solid connection. Maybe this person still wants to be with you. There's something about you like finding a lot of anxiety due to some relationship dynamic here. And I think you're automatically telling yourself something is not going to work out. And that's why it feels like almost like this self-imposed energy. Even though, sure, there is the lack that they're not really there and you have to talk over the phone or something, but it almost feels like you're already like determined that it's not going to work. Or like you've already decided it's not going to work for some reason. And I think that is causing you a lot of stress, more stress than there needs to be. Because it feels like it's not as bad as you are making it out to be, or this person is really not going anywhere the way that you think they are. I think that there are some insecurities that are coming up because of something about the relationship dynamic, and you are really feeding into these insecurities, even though you don't need to be. Or you're really thinking worst case scenario, even though you don't need to be. But I very strongly feel like it is about a relationship. I think that if it is not about a relationship, then we could still interpret this as like something is going on in this July timeframe, this summer to late summer timeframe, to where you are thinking worst case scenario. Somehow you've already jumped to that. Or you are allowing yourself to be very anxious and overwhelmed, and you're just feeling like, okay, this is my worst case scenario. It is not going to work out the way I want it to. Like, you've already like told yourself that. And it doesn't have to be about a relationship, but it's about like something that means a lot to you during this summer time frame. And it's like the end of summer, because this is like July going into August. So I do think, you know, with all the messages about you're intuitively picking up on some soulmate relationship vibe, you're meeting them over this early to summertime, and then you're hesitant about, you know, the dynamic because it might not be your traditional, we can see each other all the time dynamic. And I think that feeds into you feeling very anxious and overwhelmed and like somehow jumping to worst case scenario. And I think that one thing the universe is doing with that energy, especially with awakening coming up again, is they're showing you a part of yourself that is not fully healed. It's like they are triggering you, or they're bringing something up to the surface so you can actually heal it and work through it. Because we were already talking about you are you know, you are really healing this year. Cannot get that to stay straight. You're healing this year. You are evolving into a very authentic version of yourself. And I think that in almost all other aspects of your life, you definitely are healing with that Empress. You are evolving to a very authentic version of yourself. But I think there's some emotional healing that still has to be done. And I think that the universe is, I mean, they're not like triggering you on purpose, but I think they are putting you in some kind of a difficult situation so you can heal through any emotional wounds that still exist within you. Maybe from previous relationships, maybe it's trust issues, maybe it's like, you know, having, yeah, like trust, or something. It's something like that. It's like a previous relationship wound that is being reopened in your heart space, because the universe is saying, well, you're already healing other aspects of yourself. You're already evolving into the person you are meant to be. So we need to also work through this wound that is in your heart that is not fully healed. And it's like, in a way, they are bringing this up to you so you can awaken, you know, literally the awakening. You can awaken to that unhealed aspect of yourself so you can work through that, because that is how we heal. You know, especially a lot of times when we're single, you know, we can work through a lot of things, but when we're single, we're not being triggered. We're not being emotionally challenged. We're not seeing our emotional wounds and previous relationship wounds and all of our traumas or triggers. We're not seeing these come up because we're single. I say this all the time. There are certain aspects of healing, certain aspects of emotional romantic healing that has to be done with another person. Because when you're single, you're not being triggered the way a person would trigger you, and a person would bring these wounds up and these unhealed versions of yourself. You know, this is not being activated when you're single. But when you are dealing with somebody, then yes, these unhealed wounds open up because they're not fully healed. But now you're being given the opportunity to also heal that. So you're going to be like pretty good, like 100% healed by the time this is over. Does that make sense? So, I love this. And I love that it's the same card, but two very different images of this. I love this Seven of Wands because it is showing us healing. It is showing you overcoming something, healing your heart space, you know, finding that balance within whatever is triggering you, or healing the last wounds that you have that are still opened. So I think actually that's so interesting because we're talking about a soul searching journey. So I think along with this, emotional healing or healing wounds from previous relationships and healing wounds in your heart seems like a pretty big theme for this group in 2026. And it really feels like you overcome it. You do, you know, feel what you're feeling, but you channel it in the right way. You heal them in the right way. And this allows you to find that peace within your mind, body, and soul. I want to clarify this just because it's the same card out here twice. I just want to clarify this, please. Let's clarify. So this is May, June, July, August time frame energy. Let's clarify the Seven of Wands out here twice for August. Oh wow, you have the Page of Inspiration out here twice as well. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles, bottom of the deck. Oh, the Ten of Cups as I split the deck open. Okay, I'll take that. I do think in this August time frame, your relationship is solidifying with whoever this person is. So that does feel like there is some level of long-term potential, at least from what I can see so far here. Yeah, so from what I can see so far, it seems that there is long-term potential for this connection and this person. And I think that's why it's so important that you do overcome these emotional triggers or these emotional challenges that you are facing in this relationship, because it feels like a relationship that's worth it. It's worth it for you to heal in order to have this person in your life long term. And it's like that's why the universe is almost like orchestrating things in such a way so you can heal and you can truly be 100% your most authentic self with this person, so you can really build a lifelong relationship with this person. And I love that we also have the Page of Wands, because the the energy is so drastically different. When we look at this Five of Pentacles, which is sadness, feeling this lack, feeling, you know, really feeling overwhelmed, already accepting your fate, accepting worst case scenario. So this is an unhealed version of yourself when it comes to love and whatever traumas or unhealed wounds in your heart. This is unhealed. This is healed. Look at how fun it is, how much excitement and how much, just so much fun and passionate and spontaneity, and it's just like such a different vibe. It's such a 360 energy, and it's like, this is who you really are. This is who you are really meant to be. And I think this healing is taking you one step closer for you to truly become that empress or that emperor, you know, whether it's the masculine or feminine energy that you identify as. It's like, it's taking you one step closer to truly being yourself again. And I think that this relationship is so important to you, or important in your grand scheme of things in life, that they really want you to heal, so you don't repeat previous patterns, previous mistakes, previous habits when it comes to relationships. But yeah, they also want you to enjoy this, you know, enjoy your life with this person, or enjoy yourself as well, because when you have unhealed wounds, to some extent it will affect you for the rest of your life. So it's like they want you to be free from these wounds. So I love that. And this also is showing me strength and determination in this Seven of Wands. And this is showing me personal power, calm, serenity, peace of mind, and really tuning into your true self, and really listening to what spirit is doing in your life. But yeah, I love that. It feels very positive for you to have this person long term. And in this, it feels like you're dealing with the obstacle in like July, right? Like this June, July, August time frame. But it does feel like going into August, it feels more solidified, or it feels more committed. It feels like, okay, like we went through some hardship, or at least I, as group 2, it's like group 2 went through some hardship, and now I'm ready to actually like be in a healthy, happy dynamic with this person moving forward. So it feels like in August, a lot of things are being patched up, being healed by then, so that way you can really move forward in a positive direction with this person. Music could also be important. Something about this person and music is very important. Maybe you play music together, maybe you listen to music together, maybe you go to shows together. Something about like music notes. Just because I'm seeing the bass clef right there, and I think that's like the whole image here is supposed to be like the sheet of music. Okay, so that's like August. So that feels good. It feels like this is a huge healing that you are doing, and it transitions perfectly into that self-searching journey that you are going on. And this is very interesting too. For this September timeframe, you have the Eight of Swords, and then we have the Four of Pentacles. One thing I love about this Eight of Swords is like there is like a breakthrough, like a breakout. Like I love that we are seeing, even if it's like little channels of light, where the light is able to break out of it, and it's not being kept within. So the blindfold is cracking, is breaking apart in a sense for the light to come through. That's how I'm seeing that Eight of Swords. I think by this September timeframe, you're finding a lot of peace within yourself, within the healing that you've done over the summer, over this connection, or with this person, or just whatever you've gone through this entire year. It feels like you're finding a lot of peace with this Four of Pentacles. You're also finding a lot of clarity, like the breakthroughs, the clarity, becoming whole again, especially with all these cracks, all these, you know, all the light is coming through in little patches, but essentially it will become whole again. So I think September feels very like comforting and very like reassuring to you, in that sense that you made it this far and you feel very comfortable with the path that you're on. I also think you could be just very down to earth during this September timeframe. Very down to earth, very minimal. You're living very minimally. And also, I think your mental health is a big deal this year. and healing your mental health and working through that. Because even this feels like you're really taking care of that mental health again, or you are maybe for the first time in a long time, and you're finding that peace of mind and clarity after mental conflict in your life. Let me clarify this as well. Let's clarify the September energy here for group 2. Ah! Oh my god! Okay, I guess I'll take that. Originally, I wasn't going to take it, and then I just kind of peeked at it, and I saw that it's a Lovers and Justice. Yeah. Definitely, I'm telling you guys, there's definitely a romantic relationship that's a really big part of your life this year. For some of you, maybe you already know this person because, you know, I know we were talking about like you're receiving a lot of signs and synchronicities and like all these intuitive hits, but maybe like we were also talking about online activity. So for some of you, you could meet this person online, or like maybe you already know of them to some extent for some of you, but then maybe you meet like over the summertime, or it's like you were already kind of talking to them, or maybe you meet them online for some of you. Yeah. Some of you could already know them, or you like meet them somehow early on in the year. Or you have like a brief interaction with them somehow. I don't know. But yeah. Wow. So I love this because Justice, this is very similar to what we were just talking about, shadow work. It's finding balance in your life again. You know, being very happy that your scales are finally balanced and that you could have a harmonious relationship with somebody. Like, I feel like so many messages are tying back to you are meant to have a very good relationship with someone, but it feels like if you were not to heal, because you already accepted the worst, right? Like, you were literally already accepting worst case scenario. And it feels like if you never healed these triggers that you are sensing in your love and heart space, maybe this relationship wouldn't have even worked out. Maybe you would have sabotaged it to some extent. Sorry about that. If you hear my tummy, it's kind of making sounds. It's kind of almost time for my lunch. But anyway, I'm going to get through this. If you hear it, I'm so sorry that you have to hear that. Okay. Anyway, so it just feels like if you did not, like there's a reason the universe is setting all of this up. For one, I do think this is a very important person that you are meant to have a relationship with, and you're also meant to heal with this person, and they're meant to heal you, and you're meant to do a lot of this inner work through this relationship with them. And I think by the time you get to the September timeframe, like I said, your light is shining, you are feeling content and down to earth, you're finding balance within your heart space again, and you're able to really like dive in deep to this connection, to trust them, to trust the universe, to just be in a happy, healthy relationship with somebody, and to really give it your all. I just realized you have the Lover out here twice. I just realized this. And look at that. In this image, we were talking about you kind of being at a distance with somebody, or you're, you know, if you know them, maybe you are not really meeting them as much in person, or for some of you, you're just intuitively picking up on them. And there's distance here. You don't know what's happening yet. But then in this, by the end of the year, you're literally physically holding each other. You're physically in this relationship where you were two wanderers at some point in time, or two strangers, two people at a distance, and you end the year off by really being like this. I love that. I think that's so cool. And I think, yeah, that is a huge lesson for you this year, a huge theme in 2026 is healing your heart. I love it. Okay, then we're almost getting to the end. So then this is like October, right? So September, October time frame. Some of you, maybe you're moving in with this person, or there's like commitment, but also like one level up. Maybe you're getting married. I don't know. I don't know how fast you guys are taking things or how long you've known this person. Maybe you're getting engaged, or maybe you're moving in together. Or maybe you're like making it public, telling people, something like that. So then in October, we have the 10 of Materials, and then we have the 7 of Swords. With the 10 of Pentacles, this is literally like generational generational wealth. This is a generational legacy, a family legacy, literally a family tree. So for some of you, there could be something here about your family expanding by this October time frame. Others of you, again, you could be like living with somebody, or you're introducing them to your family, or somehow taking the next level of commitment. For others of you, I think, and for just everyone, I think this is your own stability in life. You know, this is a huge tree. This is a huge tree, and it looks stable, it looks loved, it looks nurtured, and it just feels very stable and very good. So I think even if you were kind of going through things throughout the year, I think you're really ending the year off as a very strong version of yourself, a very authentic version of yourself. Let me clarify this Seven of Swords. I'm sensing this as like you're not allowing any BS to interfere with your happiness. This could be your own mental health. This could be your own devil on your shoulder that kind of comes in from time to time. This could be substances. This could be other people. This could be bad energies. This feels like you are ending this year off really protecting yourself, protecting your energy. You really found yourself by the end of this year. You're very happy with how things are working out. And some of you could be reunited with your pets again, you know, at the end of the year or something like that. But you feel very good, and you're not allowing anybody to take this light from you, because you worked so hard for this light, and you're not going to let some sneaky person come in and take it from you. Or this could be energies, you know, negative people, or this could be your own little devil on your shoulder. But I think you're really like protecting yourself. You're putting up boundaries around yourself, and you're not allowing anything. Even this feels like a healthy boundary around the life you've created, and you're not allowing anyone or anything to destroy that. And I really love this energy. So that feels really good. And then we're going into November. We have the Nine of Materials. I love this again because it feels like you're ending the year off so strong. You have the 10 of Pentacles and the 9 of Pentacles. Not only do you have the foundation and the stability within your relationship, within your family, or within like a larger dynamic in your life, but you also have the foundation and stability and independence within yourself. The 9 of Materials is a very independent energy. If the 10 is about others and other people, which I just realized you have the 10 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. So there's equally a lot of love, but also a lot of stability here. But if the 10 is about others, including me, but also other people involved, the 9 is about me. The 9 is I am. It's all about me. It's about my happiness, my stability. And this is you. Like, this is literally you ending the year off on the best feeling possible, the best note, like really just ending it off, just so sure of who you are, especially if you were wandering and soul searching this year, and whatever hardships you had to heal from in your heart space, like you're just so happy, so stable within yourself. And I really feel like this 7 of Cups is meant to be in the reverse, because it feels like there is no confusion. Because the 7 of Cups talks about confusion, talks about, I don't know what I'm doing, I have illusions, I have confusion, I have options, like, where do I go? But it feels like you're not aimlessly wandering anymore. You know who you are. There's no confusion. There's no illusions. You're this. And you're finally emerging as this. And I love that. And then we have December time frame. Look, there's another black cat. Black cats could be significant because that Queen of Wands also had a black cat on it. We have the Page of Inspiration, which you have twice. Oh, there's 2 black cats on this. You could be getting cats or adopting pets or something with cats, but I love this. I love the rainbow. It feels very free. It feels very relaxed. It feels very empowering. And again, I think this is all just a very similar energy. You're ending the year off just so in love with your life. You're so in love with the person. You have such a healthy dynamic with this person. You have a healthy lifestyle within yourself, within your dreams and your goals. And this is also you. The 4 of Wands is literally happiness. You know, it's literally celebration, happiness. It could be engagements. It could talk about marriage. It could talk about a happy home life, but look at the way they're dancing, they're expressing themselves. It just feels like you're just so happy that the universe took you on such a wild adventure this year because you have finally done it. You finally have healed all the missing pieces. You have really found yourself and you are here. You're like so ecstatic, you know, and I think that energy is just going to continue into 2027. And I definitely think there could be some leveling up within this relationship. So again, because the Four of Wands can talk about engagements, marriage, moving in together, but it's like you're just so happy, you know, and it's like it really is all because of that curveball too. I think this, whatever this was, whatever got you feeling lost and confused, whatever soul searching situations you had to do, it all led to this. And I do think the biggest takeaway for you in 2026, group 2, is your emotional healing, your healing your heart space, healing previous wounds, previous triggers. But I do think your biggest takeaway from all of this is healing your heart space, healing emotional space, emotional things, and allowing love. I think everything really comes back to your heart and how you love others and how you love in a relationship. Like, oops, that feels like the most important takeaway is emotional healing for group 2. All right, guys, I love this energy so much. So I have some oracle cards just to end off with some advice. Oh my gosh, Peacock with self-love. Time to celebrate you and all your magnificent light. I feel like that's very fitting for everything we've talked about. Pillar of light. Oh my God. We have light out here twice. Your vibration is rising. You are the oracle. And it says your magnificent light. So yeah, you are a pillar of light. And did I say that earlier with that 8 of Swords? It's like the light is finally peeking through. Oh my gosh, success. And we have be bold and make the first move. So that could really be about so many things, right? It could be whatever you think it's about, that is what you can take it as. But thank you so much for being here, you guys. I know this was super in-depth, but we're finally done with our 2026 series. I hope everyone liked what I put up here, and thank you so much for being here. If you want a personal reading, go ahead and email me. I offer live readings, like one-on-one, and then I also offer pre-recorded readings. So if you want a session, email me and we can do that. Also, I have a Patreon. If you're interested in exclusive content, go ahead and check that out. The viewers get to suggest the monthly readings, and there are a lot of videos over there, you guys. So if you're interested, check it out. It's in the description below. But thank you so much. Please like and subscribe, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye. Hey guys, if you chose this Page of Cups with the Landscapes Tarot and this blue obsidian, this is your group. Hello, group number 3. Thank you guys so much for being here. I do want to just mention really quick that my neighbors are out today. I don't know why. It's like a work day, but I think they have the day off. Anyway, they have like people outside and they're all just like chatting. So I'm so sorry if you can hear them, or, you know, if you hear chatter in the background, or if they're doing stuff. Yeah, I have a neighbor who likes to work on his cars, like right in the driveway, which is fine. But then he has like all his buddies come over too, and then they all like fix the car that they're working on. I don't know. And then you hear like all the tools, and then you hear them like talking, and it's just like, it's one of those days. So I'm just saying, girls gotta work too. So if you hear them, please just kind of disregard that. But yes, thank you so much for being here, you guys. I kind of talked a little bit about our reading today. Pretty much we're going in with the deck you chose, and we're going to be getting 12 cards, and that is going to talk about the 12 months of 2026. Now, one thing I do want to say, a little disclaimer, is just that, you know, time is not set in stone. So just be flexible with it, you know, even if we're, for example, right, if we're talking about February, it could kind of be a little bit of the end of January, it could be a little bit into March. So it's like, even though we're seeing 12 months for 12 different energies, kind of be flexible. I mean, it could be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Because I personally just don't think that like anything is set in stone. Like, I will never give you a specific time frame of like, this is when this is happening and that is what it is. Like, I'll never do that, because I channel your current energies, and energies change all the time. And sometimes your energy could be a little bit slow, so the energy is moving a little slowly through the year, or your energy is speeding up, so maybe you're kind of ahead of what our time frame is talking about. So I think, you know, just stay flexible with when I say the next 12 months, let's just be flexible with it, and also use your own interpretations, because it is a general reading. So I want you to be able to kind of navigate the reading on your own as well. But I just wanted to give a little disclaimer that, you know, nothing is set in stone. Time is very flexible, and it all really goes off of your energies and just maybe how fast or slow your energy is moving. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this deck that you chose, I'm going to pull the 12 cards, and then I'm actually going to use a second deck, which is the Wild Unknown Tarot, and I'm just going to clarify each card, so that way every card has a clarifying card, and then we will talk about the reading. So it might take a second. I'm going to fast forward through it. I've been doing this for all the groups just because it just might take a second to get all the cards out. And for all the groups, what I've been doing is I've been like matching the decks from the deck that you choose. So, excuse me, I'm already burping. We're a minute into it and I'm already burping. I don't know. Okay. I'm like trying to match the clarifying deck to the deck you chose. And this is a landscapes deck, so it has like animals and, you know, nature. And the Wild Unknown is the only other animal deck that I have, or at least like a tarot deck that revolves around nature and animals. So that's what I'm going to be using. Let's go ahead and shuffle this, and that way I can get my 12 cards. I'll clarify them. And I do want to say we don't have a energy check today. So, you know, as we're getting into it, if you feel like the energies just totally doesn't sound like you, then definitely check out a different group. Okay, for group number 3. Group number 3's 12-month spread for 2026. Group 3's 12-month spread for 2026. Let's start with January. Group 3's energy in January of 2026. Group 3's energy in January. The Tower. Group 3's energy in February. Group 3's energy in February 2026. We have Strength. Group 3's energy in March of 2026. Wow, you have 3 major arcana. Judgment. So we have January, February, March. Group 3, April. January, March, April. We have the 10 of Swords. I almost feel like this is in the reverse. Okay, January, February, March, April. Group 3's energy in May. Group 3's energy in May. Oops. We have the 5 of Cups. Group 3's energy in June. Oh, that was fast. We have the Lovers. June. Group 3's energy in July. Eight of Cups. Group 3's... Whoa! I'll take both of them. So this is June, July, this is August. You have the 6 of Cups and the 4 of Swords. Group 3's energy in September 2026. You have the King of Swords. Group 3's energy in October of 2026. The Ace of Swords. Group 3's energy in November of 2026. Oh my gosh, that's the intro card. And then Group 3's energy in December of 2026. Group 3's energy in December. The Star. Okay. Actually, I just realized that these cards are quite big. This deck is like a little bigger than like your traditional deck size. So there's a lot going on. So now I'm gonna go through with this deck and let's clarify. So let's clarify the Tower. Eight of Cups. You have the Eight of Cups out here twice, but look how drastically different. You have it out twice, but look how drastically different this energy is. It's messy, but once I have everything, you know, it'll be a bit more organized. All right, let's clarify strength. You have the Mother of Swords. Okay, so you have the Queen of Swords and the King of Swords, so that's interesting too. Let's clarify Judgment. Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. You have the same card twice. Clarifying each other. Let's clarify the Ten of Swords. The Hierophant. You have so many major arcana. Let's clarify the Five of Cups. Seven of Cups. Let's clarify the Lovers. Father of Pentacles, that's the King of Pentacles, and then you have the Nine of Pentacles as well. Let's clarify the Eight of Cups. Oh my god, so many cards coming out. Let's clarify the Eight of Cups. The Emperor. Let's clarify, what was this again? The Six of Cups and the Four of Swords. Wow, Ten of Pentacles. Let's clarify the King of Swords. Let's clarify, oh my god, let's clarify the King of Swords, the High Priestess. Let's clarify the Ace of Swords, Justice. Let's clarify the Page of Cups. Wow, Page of Cups turns into the Son of Cups. That's interesting. And then let's clarify the Star. The Sun. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Okay, I will say there is a very powerful energy for group 3. Like right away, you are going through a massive transformation in your life this year, especially in the first half of 2026. It feels like a lot of divine timing, divine intervention, and it feels tough, you know, at least up until from like January to May, maybe even going into June. It feels like the energies are really, really difficult, and you're going through a lot. It's like purging. The way I'm sensing it is like an energetic purge, and like you're literally like purging some negativity or some like shadow work, or like something very intense is going on for the first 5 to 6 months of the year, give or take, you know, but it does feel like it is setting you up for the life you're meant to live, and it is setting you up for your ultimate success. But it's just so interesting because it feels difficult, and it feels like the universe is having you go through this, you know, obviously for a reason, but it's interesting, like, why is it so tough? Like, it almost feels like they're making it very difficult for you, or the journey through this seems quite difficult. But it's interesting because I'm almost wondering why, but maybe we will see as we get into the cards. So let's start off with January. What is that sound? Today is not trash day. I'm always hearing these crazy sounds. Okay, so January, you're starting off with the Tower and the Eight of Cups. Now, what's so interesting is look how drastically different these energies are. For one, it definitely feels like with this Eight of Cups, you have definitely experienced, or, you know, this could have been something that was lingering in December, but you've definitely experienced or are currently experiencing something very heavy. The Eight of Cups talks about walking away. It talks about something is no longer serving you and you have to walk away from it. And it's so interesting because the cups are cracked. And that to me feels like something really shattered. Like you were trying to make something work. You were almost like forcing something, or really, really trying to make something work, but it just like shattered. And it feels very intense, but it does feel like you're starting off this year with a new sense of like, with this sense of something is falling apart around you, but you are awakening from that. Because then we see the tower and we see this dove, you know, I mean, this beautiful bird is rising from the ashes. It is rising on top of whatever this darkness was. It feels like the darkness is down here and the bird is finding the light again. So this feels like a major like tower moment that has happened sometime, give or take, around January. And it's because the universe wants you to come out of something. You have kept yourself a part of something for a very long time, and it's like enough is enough. And I think maybe the reason that it feels heavy, or it's like, why is the universe doing it in such a drastic manner, it's because maybe you were given the option, or maybe for the longest time they've been trying to tell you to walk away from something. You know, whatever this darkness was, it's like they were waiting and kind of seeing if you would do it on your own, but then it feels like you were not gonna do it on your own, or you were not able to detach from whatever this darkness was, so they had to like forcefully remove you from it, or forcefully remove that thing from you, because it almost feels like maybe you wouldn't have done it on your own. So it really feels like a huge blessing in disguise, because I think in the moment when you're having a tower moment and your world is falling apart and you're in some kind of a darkness here, you're like, oh my God, like this is it, this is the end, or you know, everything is falling apart, but then it's actually meant for you to rise above it. And it just feels like maybe you wouldn't have done it on your own, so they really had to intervene to get you out of whatever this was. I mean, just look at the drastic difference in just the images. And you could have, you know, another thing with the Eight of Cups, I always feel this example of like somebody, it's like, you know, like a colander. It's like one of those bowls that have holes at the bottom to like drain fruit or drain something, like drain water pretty much. That's what the Eight of Cups feels like to me. It feels like there is this bowl that has holes in it, and you're trying to fill it with your love. You're trying to fill it with your nurturing, you know, you're just filling it with whatever it is that you are trying to get into it, but it has holes at the bottom. So it's not filling itself up. It is just draining. And that is like your energy. You're pouring and pouring and pouring into something, assuming it'll fit, or hoping, giving it the benefit of the doubt that the water will fill up to the top, but it's just not. It's just draining itself on the other side. And the universe is like, no, like enough is enough, and we need to get you out of this situation. That's like very strongly what I'm feeling with this. And I almost feel like this is what your life could be. Like this image of this bird rising above the darkness, it's like, and finding the light again. You know, it feels like this is what your life could be and should be, but because you keep trying to give something the benefit of the doubt, or you keep pouring into something that has holes in it to where it's never going to be fulfilled the way you want it to be, you're in that darkness. Like you're trapped in this sense of darkness, but there's almost like a choice that is lingering around it. And I feel like because you did not make that choice yourself, the universe is stepping in very early this year, and it's like making that choice for you in a very drastic manner. But it's like they want you to wake up to something. They want you to realize something right away. Maybe it's realizing your potential, realizing what you are losing, trying to stay in this energy, realizing maybe that this is just not meant for you. Like I think they're trying to really get through to you for you to realize a lot of what you were a part of. And the only way that you can reflect is when you're detached, because when you're in it, like you don't realize you're pouring into something that has holes, or you're like blindsided, or you're just like, you're not viewing it with a clear head. You know, maybe you have rose-colored glasses on and you just can't see clearly to the truth of the situation. And that's why they want you to detach, because when you do detach, then you can see this objectively. That is very interesting. So it does feel like that is happening like right away. I'll cover it up because that first energy is kind of a little intense. So that's happening like right away at the start of this year. And it feels like that is a theme for you over the next 4-5 months of the year, especially the first like 4 months, I would say, give or take. That is when there is like major healing, major purging, energetic purging, emotionally, mentally, like I even feel like for some of you, your body is like going through withdrawals. Maybe for some of you, you are physically like detoxing from something. So, and if it's not like a detoxing from substances, then you're detoxing from like a relationship or some kind of a toxic situation that you're in, but it's to such an extent that your body is literally feeling withdrawals. Because I almost see you in a very, um, like, not like isolated, but I see you like almost wanting to be by yourself the first few months while you're going through this because you don't want to relapse, because you want to be left alone. So yeah, I guess in a sense, I do see a sense of like isolation because I think once this like gets started, it's like there's so much shock, but there's these withdrawals, and then there's this like crazy energy shifts that are happening, and then spirit is trying to talk to you, and spirit is trying to change your life, and it's like all these things are just like going up and down all around you or changing and shifting, and I think you're just like, oh my god, I need to just stay still, or I need to just like lay down, I need to be left alone to some extent. Now, what's so interesting is like there is that light inside of you. And I think whatever you were caught up in, you lost that light within yourself. Like whatever this is that you were caught up in, you like lost your sense of purpose, you lost your sense of determination, but you lost that light. And I think you just kind of fell into this darkness in the past, and but that light is still there. It was just kind of like hidden. And that's what I'm saying is like the moment you detach from something physically, emotionally, and mentally, that's when you can see it objectively, because then that's when you realize I still have this light within me. This light never went away, because we have strength, and then we have the Mother of Swords, which is the Queen of Swords in this deck. And I think your wake up, like you waking up to the reality and seeing something for what it is, that happens almost instantly. Maybe even like days of detaching from whatever this is. It happens very fast for you to realize, oh my god, what was I doing, or how did I get so sucked into something, how was I so deep into something. Or maybe if it's about like your physical health, for some of you there could be something about your physical health that was being jeopardized, and now you're like realizing it, like wow, like that this thing that I was a part of took such a toll on my, not only my mental and emotional and spiritual health, but also my physical health. And what's interesting about this is I think you're waking up to the reality of everything that has happened and also what is currently happening. You're waking up to it very quickly. And what I like is you're really finding that strength within yourself. And I think it almost feels like you hit such a rock bottom because the universe forced that upon you, to where you're like, oh my gosh, like I can only go up from here. But it's also a way for you to like find that determination within yourself again, if that makes sense. Like you finally have that clarity. And I think you really, right away, you start to want to better yourself. And I love, again, that we go from this energy to something much more lively and colorful, and that light is back because it's showing me that you're not going back to this. And in a way, I do like that these cups are cracked, because it's showing me that you can't, there's no hope. Like you're not going to give it the benefit of the doubt anymore if it's completely cracked and shattered and ruined, right? Like you're not going to go and put these pieces back together. So I think because for some way, like something hit rock bottom to such an extent that you were like, yeah, like there's no going back to that, there's no fixing that. And I think this happens very early on in the year. But I love this energy because I do sense that you are, finding your personal power again, standing your ground again. I'll actually keep the strength card out because it's very cute. You're finding, oh look, we have the number 8 repeating. You have 8 out here actually quite a few times, because this is 8 and then you have the 8 of Cups somewhere. So you have 8. 8 could be a significant number for you. Also, like the date, as in like the 8th of a month or the 8th month, something like that could be significant too. But yeah, I think this could have even happened in kind of lingering in December, but definitely January, early on in the year, there is this massive falling apart, but it is for your own benefit. And I love this. This is so crazy because we see that you're finding that clarity very quickly on things have to change. I can't live like this anymore. I'm taking my power back in that February time frame. So like February and March, I think January, this early part of the year, it's like just things are just kind of like falling apart and maybe even shattering, you know, if we're using this analogy. But February and March, the energy is shifting very quickly because now you're realizing this is that same bird that's flying away from the darkness. Like, look at that, the judgment here, the bird and this bird, it looks like the exact same bird. And in this February March time frame, that's when you realized why something happened the way it did. This is you, this is the universe, this is you, this is your spirit guide, or this is God, or this is your angels. Like, this is a divine power, a higher being that is coming down to you and is trying to explain to you why we did this. And I think that, especially in the moment, you're in this first month of chaos, you're really questioning, like, why did you do this to me? Like, you know, like, I want to be in this darkness. And because in the moment, that's what you think you want, right? So I think you're really fighting it, really questioning it, really upset about it. But then as we get into February and March, you're very aware of why something happened, and you're aware that you're being given a second chance in life. And that might sound dramatic, but that's what it feels like. So for some of you, you're literally getting a second chance, like with your health, with your mental health, your physical body. Maybe it's like you're getting a second chance because you're able to walk away from somebody, walk away from something that was that darkness, but you are realizing that you are given a second chance, and this is your chance to break free and to learn from the past and to not repeat these mistakes again, but to also find that light within yourself. So I think definitely in this March time frame, you're having a massive spiritual awakening, and I think you're going to feel very, very good, because most of this energy feels very good moving away from that initial tower moment. But yeah, I think you're finding a lot of personal power. You're really understanding why the higher power, whatever higher power you believe in, you're understanding why they did this to you in this February, March time frame. And then definitely like March going into April, you're really understanding how bad something was for you. And again, this is, you guys, this is a very specific group. So I think right away, this is like my group of just maybe a few people, because I will say, like, the darkness or the pain and the suffering that you were going through, this is not the average group. This is not the average energy. So I would say, like, already, if this doesn't resonate with you, which very specific here, please check out a different group, because I'm gonna be honest, and there's some dark topics that are coming up, like themes that are pretty heavy and intense, and I'm gonna talk about it. And if that's not your life, and if you're uncomfortable with these heavy topics, then you should definitely check out a different group, because I'm honest, I'm straight to the point, I'm here to help you, and I'm not sugarcoating anything. So once you get into this wake-up call, especially in this March and April timeframe, you're going to realize just how bad your life was. Like, the way this is like this abandoned warehouse, it's dark. You know, this is like this energy. It's like you're realizing, like, you were in the darkest, lowest of the lows that you had ever been in a very long time. You're realizing that you kept yourself in this, or you were so blinded by something that you were in this, whether it was substances, whether it was a person, whether it was abuse that you were going through, whether it was control, manipulation, like whatever. But it just feels like you're getting this wake-up call of like, oh my God, like, I was literally the shell of my former self. Like, I literally became this abandoned warehouse where, you know, there was no life there was no existence there was just sadness and pain, and just like, I would just had to survive. Like, that's literally all your life was, is like just making it day by day, just surviving, just trying to make something work, and it just wasn't working for you. And I think when you get to this March, April timeframe, you're gonna realize, oh my God, like, how did I let it get so bad? How did I not see this, you know? And I think that that's like valid, right? Because when you're in this, and like whatever this darkness was, we become blind to it. We become like accustomed to it. We become comfortable with it. We literally get like Stockholm syndrome after a certain point in time. So like, I think you are really going to be pondering, like, how the heck did I let it get so bad? Or how did I like stay a part of that for so long? How did I not try to break free sooner? And I think these are valid questions to ask yourself. This is a good starting point for your own healing, especially like mental healing. That is a good place to start. But I also think Spirit wants you to remember during this very intense, healing that you're going through, that you're only human at the end of the day. And if there was something that was so powerful and so manipulative, and whether it was a person, whether it was substances, like if something had such a control over you to where you literally like could not see the truth, like that's not your fault. At the end of the day, like you're human, and you went through it, and that's why they got you out of it. Because I said that in the very beginning, but it just feels like you would not have got yourself out of that situation on your own, and they had to intervene for you to like wake up to it. But they're saying to you, group 3, like, don't beat yourself up, because you're already going through a lot. You're already healing from a lot. You're going through a massive transformation, a massive spiritual upgrade. All you can do is reflect on what happened, learn from it, and be able to move on. But don't beat yourself up, because you're not the villain. At the end of the day, we do things and life happens, but if you want to better yourself, you cannot view yourself as the villain. You have to view yourself as somebody who is going to heal, and you have to forgive yourself for whatever you put yourself through in the past. And just know that, remind yourself, like, hey, I'm sorry to myself. I forgive myself, and I will make sure I will not be put in this situation again. That's like the best way for you to go about it. Do not blame yourself. Do not beat yourself up, because then you will just fall deeper. You're going backwards then. If you're, hard on yourself and beating yourself up, we need you to be moving in this direction, not this way. And so again, March and April, huge, like, oh my God, like huge light bulb, huge, just huge wake up call. It feels like you had a blindfold on for a long time. I don't know how long you dealt with this, but you had a blindfold on, and that blindfold is finally being taken off. And you know what else I just realized, group 3? That the deck you chose is such a colorful deck. Like every card is so colorful, so beautiful. But then this other deck that I chose to go along with it is a black and white deck. And it's so interesting because we're talking about you being in the darkness, you being blinded, you being in this pain and suffering. But then, and that feels like the shadow. That feels like the dark, this wild unknown deck we're using, which is the shadow. But you chose the light. You chose the deck that has the most color in it, because that's the life that you want to see, that you want to live in. So I think this contrast, I didn't even realize that I was doing it, because I even said the only reason I chose this deck, this is the only deck that kind of fit the theme of the main deck. But it's so interesting to think about the contrasts of the shadow versus the colorful deck that you chose. Anyway, yeah, this is like the clarity, like you're realizing, wow. And I think with the Hierophant here, you are realizing, especially by the time you hit this April time frame, that's when you really like understand, oh, that's why this happened. I also think some of you, maybe you wouldn't have even survived that much longer if you would have continued down that like depressive, unhealthy path. And I think you're realizing, like, this Hierophant, and especially Judgment and all the major arcana, but this specifically, it feels like you're unlocking that next level. You're unlocking the higher vision. I don't know how to say it, but it's like your third eye is being activated, and you're seeing things from a different perspective. You're seeing things from a more spiritual, from a more enlightened perspective. You're becoming enlightened. And I think it's really dawning on you around this time frame, because that's when it's like you're realizing, wow, like this all happened for a reason. And then we go into this May time frame, and I really like this. We have the 5 of Cups, and then we have the 7 of Cups. So I think that once you hit this May, like early summer time frame, I do sense like your this intensity of what the universe threw at you in the first few months of the year, the intensity is coming down, which is good, because I think like this is the initial tower moment, and then this early summer going into summertime, this is like a winding down. Okay, we understand what happened, now we are kind of navigating a new life with the tower moment that has happened to us. And I think you're not completely back to normal, you know, you're not completely 100% perfect, but it feels like you're able to like navigate a new life, a new lifestyle, a new routine, but also emotionally, you're able to kind of navigate this new existence that the universe is giving you, this new life that we were talking about. You're able to navigate it a little bit better. And I think that, again, with the Five of Cups, there is this like sadness, there is this lingering energy from, obviously, from the major like whiplash it feels like that the universe put you through. And it's like it's still kind of lingering, there's still this like sadness, and you're still kind of like coming back down to earth a little bit, but it feels much better. It feels a bit more organized, it feels a bit more like you're able to, like, say if you were like literally just like in bed, unable to move, unable to like process things, hypothetical example, in the first few months of the year, like just really going through it, then at this point it feels like early summer, you're able to get up. You're able to get out of bed. Maybe you're able to like cook a meal, you know, because trust me, I understand depression. I have been depressed before. I know what it's like when you're going through so much and you feel like the world is falling apart and you can't even move, like you can't even get out of bed, you know, and you just stay in bed for days. And I know that like even cooking is so tough. Like, I mean, I'd be lucky to just like get a glass of water. Like there'd be days where I couldn't even, when I was really at the lowest of the lowest, like I couldn't even move, you know. So I think once you hit this early summer time frame, you're like at least able to like move again. Like you feel like you have a little bit more energy than this depleted energy, but I do think you're doing a little bit better. One thing I am sensing with this Seven of Cups here is, especially this Five of Cups, is you come out of a bit of isolation in a way, especially like through like friends or family, like especially if you weren't really talking to people during this energy here. This, I think you're allowing at least like one or two people, or maybe you're calling your mom or like your family, or like, I think in this sense, you're allowing someone or a few select people to kind of come into your life. And I don't think you were doing that. So again, even like emotionally, I think you're maybe allowing somebody to come in, or this could even be like therapy or somebody that you can confide in. I think that is something that will really help you feel better. During this May going into June, I think from May to the rest of the year, honestly, but definitely starting here, I think you're in this, you kind of, you know, you're back to doing things, but it feels like you're ready to like rebuild yourself in a way. I think that's the best way to put it. It's like you're slowly able to rebuild yourself from this early summer time frame. So then when we look at, I love this. I think this is so cool going into June. So like, you know, early summer time frame. For one, I definitely think you're finding, it's crazy, right? Because we go from such a very intense and very dark and very much of like it's going to require a lot of work to a much better energy, you know, just in a maybe like 5-6 month time frame, especially if you've already been going through something like this from the end of 2025. It feels like, you know, about a good 6 months into the year, you're feeling pretty good. And you're feeling a lot better. And I'm seeing this as just really just determination with the King of Pentacles and with the Nine of Pentacles. I'm seeing a lot of determination, and it feels like you're ready to take your life back. You're ready to rebuild yourself. And I think around this June or July time frame, I think you're able to move around a little bit more, or you have like more motivation, more energy, more strength, more determination to like physically start rebuilding your life. I think that like the first half of the year feels very emotional, mental, and spiritual. And then I think as you're shifting into the second part of the year, it feels like, okay, I'm physically able to rebuild myself, or I physically feel better. And I like this Lovers because this is actually making me think of, I mean, it's possible you might meet somebody. I don't think so, though. I'll be honest, it doesn't feel romantic to me because it feels like there is a lot of inner work that you have to still go through. And again, this rebuilding yourself. So it doesn't feel romantic. It feels like friendships, it feels like companionships and relationships with platonic people. So we were already saying you're kind of feeling like you want to reach out to friends or family around this time. So going into this June time frame, it feels like you have a little bit more of like love back in your heart, or you have a little bit more spark back into your life. And I think you find stability in other people, and it's important that you have that support system, you have that sense of community of people that you can turn to, especially when you're going through something so intense and so painful, so that's what that really feels like. But it feels good. It feels like you're really kind of taking charge, finding a sense of community, being able to rebuild yourself and really working through the physical aspect of things, or at least you're kind of getting into the mindset of, okay, I want to work through my sense of stability now, my foundation, and where I'm going to go from here. So that also feels very, very good. And this is this early summer time frame. So this is like June. And then we go into July and we have the Eight of Cups and we have the Emperor. We have a lot of masculine, but we have a good mix actually, because we have the Queen that was here, and then we have the King, but then we have another masculine, but then we have this, which is feminine energy. And then, so I think one thing you're learning in 2026 is balancing your masculine and your feminine energies within yourself. But what I love about the King of Pentacles here and this Emperor is because this is showing me that you are in an action-oriented energy now. You're not just sitting around in this passive energy of like wishing your life will improve, hoping and praying and just sitting back and being passive about it. I think you're really like getting your hands dirty. You're really taking action, being determined, and you're getting things done. You're not just sitting and wishing and trying to manifest things into your existence. You're going out there and you're getting it. And that's what I love about this June, July, summertime, because now I think your perspective has shifted a lot, because this is the Eight of Cups, this is also the Eight of Cups, but look at the Eight of Cups you start the year off with versus the Eight of Cups you are about 6 months into the year. That sense of confusion is gone, that sense of hopelessness or the withdrawals, that sadness, the broken energy that you were sensing, it's gone. And I love that we see a train track, because this is feeling like adventure, this is feeling like forward momentum, looking forward to the next chapter. We're making plans, we are on a train and it's taking us somewhere. We are taking charge of where we're going, and we are hopeful that we are going into a positive future. So I think really by the time you're hitting this 6 months time period, you're in a much better energy. I also would say maybe you bounce back pretty quickly, but that's good. I also think that when you're going through this, you're going to realize there's not a lot to miss, or it's something like that. Like there's not a lot to miss, or there's not a lot to grieve, because a lot of it was in your head, or like a lot of it, was like the expectations, or the, what is the word? It starts with the, oh my God, what is the word? Not expectations. The potential. It's like a lot of this was like potential, that you thought that something had potential, or like you had expectations for it, but when you kind of see it in a clear manner, you're like, wait a second, there's like not much here, or like, wow, like, so I think that's why you bounce back relatively quickly from it. And look at this, I love that we have a tree for the Emperor, because this is showing me your new foundation. Like you were wandering, you were lost and confused, and now you are a whole tree with roots and with a purpose and with a sense of stability and a foundation, and like you are building yourself. And I love that we have a little sun here, because by the time we get to the end of the year, the sun is your entire existence, but it's starting to peek through, in that July time frame, and I really love that. So it really feels very, very positive. There's a lot of forward moving energy in July, the summertime. And I think you're really taking everything you've learned and you are like putting it into work or putting it back into its place, or kind of like doing things, but physically building yourself this foundation and like physically moving forward with your life. And I this is where I'm seeing like a jump, what is it, a pep in your step, like you're able to really bounce back from what you had gone through. So I think that's another reason to be patient with yourself, because it could really take you a full 6 months. Some of you it could take a little bit longer, you know. For others of you, I would say 6 months would be the minimum. I don't know if you would be bouncing back, ignore the garage, sorry, I don't know if you'd be bouncing back before 6 months, but I definitely think 6 months is kind of like a minimum that I'm sensing for you. And I love this because then we're going into August, and this is so peaceful, right? With this Six of Cups, you know, it's like a little pumpkin patch, and it just feels like such a calming and peaceful energy. And the Four of Swords is literally a period of rest, you know, and again, you're a free bird by this point in time. And then we have the Ten of Pentacles, which is so cool because we go from, you know, here you're slowly rebuilding yourself, slowly bringing your life, you know, bringing control back into your life, slowly building that foundation. And within a few months, you're feeling so good. Like you are really leveling up within yourself, leveling up within your success. Well, maybe this is leveling up within your career. You know, you're finally clear-headed. So it's like you're really making a lot of positive moves, and you're really able to build this foundation for yourself without that fog or without whatever this was, you know, on your mind. And I think once you get into the groove, you're really into it because you missed it. You haven't been into this groove in a very long time. It could have even been years for some of you, because you know, it feels like you've always had that light within you, but it was just getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and you just weren't able to express yourself or be who you want to be or come out as who you are. And I think that once you don't have that fog anymore, you're really like, oh my God, I've been waiting for this for years. And you know what I mean? Like you're just pumped up and you're like super motivated, and you're just like, I can tackle everything. Like you're just in such a pumped up positive energy by then that you're just pumped, you know what I mean? Like, so I love this. I think this like summer time frame feels very, very positive for you. And you're finally like just so energized, so motivated, and I think you're really going to do a lot of great things. I love that the Four of Swords is here, because this shows me that you have found peace. You know, you finally found peace, especially with this being the Six of Cups, which talks about our past, you know, reminiscing about the past and talking about the past. But the Four of Swords talks about a period of rest. It talks about a peace of mind. You know, you're not restless anymore. There's not any mental conflict anymore. And initially I saw this as like you've made peace with your past and you have found peace with your healing. So it's like you've made peace with this, which shows me that it is over. You know, the past is in the past. You're not bringing that energy into the future. And then the birds, you know, flying away from the past, because this is the past, the birds are flying this way. So it feels like you're really made peace with the past and you are moving in a completely new direction now. And I think that's another reason you feel so good about starting your new life. And there's something about not only your foundation, but also like work. I don't know if like maybe you didn't work for a while, or you weren't able to do the type of work or, you know, pursue the career that you wanted to do. But I think now you're finally able to really do what you want. You know, you're living by your own rules at this point. So that feels very, very positive. So then now this is June, July, August. So September, we have the High Priestess and we have the King of Swords. I do think by the time like the last few months of the year rolls around, you're really learning to you're really learning how to conquer your mental health, because it does feel like maybe you're going through therapy or you're finding counseling in some way. And especially with just where we're talking about finding peace and you're not restless and you've made peace with the past, that does show me that you are really working on your mental health this year. That is something that's very important to you. And so yeah, I think by this September timeframe, you've really like learned how to conquer your mind. You've learned how to like take control of your mind. And I think maybe at one point in time, maybe your mind controlled you, or like your anxiety and your mental conflicts, maybe that controlled your actions, but now it feels like you control your mind, you know, that it doesn't go the other way around anymore. So this feels very, very good. And even with this being the vulture, it feels like, again, you have made peace with the past. Because I think at some point in time you could have been hard on yourself, or it could have been hard detaching from the past, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. It really feels like you have left it and you are able to conquer this new you with completely detaching from your past. And I love that the High Priestess is here because it shows me that you are incredibly intuitive around this time. You've grown very strong in your intuition. You've also learned how to differentiate your intuition from your mental chatter around the end of the year as well. So that feels very good. And it's like you're just sitting still. You know, you just found peace. You found happiness. You know who you are, and you're just like hanging out. You're not trying to do too much. You're not trying to do too little. And I think that you've also found a sense of confidence within yourself again. So your energy feels very, very good coming into this September timeframe, and definitely very different from maybe how you started off the year. Going into October, this is interesting because this is Libra, and October is Libra and Scorpio energy. So definitely Libra season could be significant. And we have the Ace of Swords. And the universe is saying to you, by the time you hit October, again, there's a lot of balance. You know, I think that we went through so much chaos that now all we see is the scales are finally balanced. You're finally balanced. Your mind, heart, spirit, and your soul, your emotions, everything is finally balanced. And I think you're feeling really good. Even this feels like your shadow work, and I think you're still working through things. I don't think you're just like magically healed, but you're making a lot of progress every day. And I do love that we have this Ace of Swords, which is only showing us the tip of the iceberg. And I think by the time you roll around to like the end of the year, I think you're realizing that you just hit the tip of the iceberg, honey. Like you got so much more life to live, so much more potential, so many more things to pursue, so many more good times, so much more love, happiness, laughter. You know, there's so much more to life. And you're finally realizing that, because when you were in this fog and you were blinded, you thought this was your life. Like, this is it. This is my entire existence, and it's always going to be this way. And I think we as humans, like, that is how we cope with, you know, this heaviness that we go through. But it's like once you're out of it and you can see clearly again, you're just realizing I have so much potential in life that I've only seen. Even though I've been happy for the past few months, it's only the tip of the iceberg. And I think you just get this, like, there's so much gratitude that you have with the universe or with whatever higher power that you believe in or that you believe saved you from this. It's like you have so much gratitude because that they kind of shattered things around for you. You're able to realize that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and you have this clarity, you have this wisdom, you have this newfound independence and this new foundation. And I think there's so much gratitude, and yeah, like there's just so much love and gratitude to the higher power that you believe helped you get out of this. But yeah, I love that energy. And this is so interesting because the Page of Cups, this is your intro card. And this is the Son of Cups, which is the Knight of Cups. So it's like we are growing, we're healing, especially emotionally, you know. And you chose this card. So it's like this is the light and the happiness and the color that you wanted to see in your life when maybe you were only seeing black and white for a very long time. And it feels like you're finally healing. And look, there's color coming out of this cup. So it feels like you're realizing by the end of the year that you are healing, you're evolving, and your heart is healing. So there's, you know, I think whatever trauma or wounds that you have within your heart space, that is definitely healing by the end of the year. And you finally have found that light that you've been seeking for a very long time. And just, yeah, a newfound sense of adventure, of happiness, and this is just kind of showing us your evolution getting closer to the end of the year. And then I love this because when we have the star and the sun, like how could we get more perfect than that for the end of the year timeline? So we have this is 19. Yeah, that's 19, and this is 17. like the 17th through the 19th of a month could be an important time frame. But what's so interesting to me is like, this is how you started your year. You know, this is how this chapter started for you. And this is how you're ending up, this sun. Like, look at the difference in what you started off with, what you're ending off in. And you did it. And I think especially with the star, there is so much healing that has been found by the end of the year. And even if you started your year confused and annoyed and mad and all these things towards the universe and towards yourself, and you're going to end off in such a positive, healthy energy. You're healing. And look, this is a little like firefly or something, and the light is coming from within. And that's exactly the light that you are living in by the end of the year. But yeah, it's like such a 360 energy, and it all happened because you detached. You left something, even if the universe forcefully made you leave it behind. All of this happened. Your entire life changed because you walked away from that darkness. The darkness is going to be different for everybody, but because you walked away from that, you have found this newfound light in your life. And the sun is literally the happiest card in the deck to me. So I just think you're really ending the year off as a very authentic version of yourself. There's so much gratitude because I think by around this like last few months of the year, you can recognize that if this didn't happen to me, I wouldn't be here. Not only would you not be this happy and this at peace and this foundation, all that, but you might not even be here on earth. Like, who knows, right? Like, for some of you, it could have gone so bad that maybe you wouldn't be here. And I think that's why you have such a newfound sense of gratitude, because you're just like, wow, like, I'm so happy I was able to heal from that and get out of that so I can actually live the life I want to live. And now I see that life can be so good, and there is so much life to experience and so much life to live. So I think you're really like going through the biggest transformation, maybe even of your life, in 2026 group 3. So this is crazy, but in a very good way. And it's kind of like, wow, like we really started and like down here and we're ending up here. Like, it feels really good how it all kind of came full circle. All right, I have some cards to end off with, just some advice here for you. We have the ever unfolding rose cracked open. It's happening for you, not to you. This is what I was saying, right? Like, the universe is doing this for you, for your own evolution, for you to live a better life. So I think, you know, especially when you're going through something difficult, we can think, why is the universe doing this to me? Like, why are they making me go through all of this and suffer and all these things, right? But it's happening for you, so you can end up as the sun by the end of the year. So yes, that is very accurate to what we were talking about for you. Eagle with ancestral healing. Wow, maybe for some of you, this is like generational trauma that you are breaking. Your ancestors are holding space for you to heal your past. Another bird. Oh my God, like these birds that are like in open flight. What is it, like with their wings open, like mid-flight? That seems like very significant to you. If you see a lot of birds this year, especially birds that are flying, I think that is like a huge sign, confirmation from the universe. Oh my God, and look at the wings. Let go. That could even be angel wings with the bird's wings. But yeah, let go. I think that's pretty much how you're starting your year off, is this. And another thing that I was just thinking is, even if the universe is kind of causing a tower moment, maybe you don't want to let go, you know, for the first few months of the year. And until you kind of have the realization as to why you have to let go, I think maybe you might even try to hold on to something. Show the world the real you with full moon in Aquarius. It's Aquarius season. I'm actually recording this group on January 20th. It's going up tomorrow, but today's the 20th, and it's officially the start of Aquarius season, and this is the star, and you had the star as well. And yeah, show the world the real you. You know, come out of this darkness and show the world like what you can really do and live the life that you want to live. You know, don't live in that darkness or in that fog. But okay, group 3, thank you so much for letting me give you this reading. I know it was a little intense. It was a little, you know, I hope nobody takes it the wrong way. I do everything out of love and compassion and for wanting to help you and wanting you to realize your true potential and what you need to work through. So thank you for being here. If you want to book a private reading with me, go ahead and send me an email. I offer one-on-one readings, and I also offer pre-recorded readings. Whatever you're comfortable with, you can go ahead and email me. We'll book a reading together. I also have a Patreon if you're interested in exclusive content. The viewers on Patreon get to suggest the monthly reading, so if that's something you're interested in, go ahead and check that out. The link is in the description below. Thank you guys so much for being here. Take good care of yourself, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye. Hey guys, if you chose this Strength card with this Amethyst and the Cat Tarot, this is your group. Hello, group number 4. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support here on YouTube. So I kind of talked about our reading in the intro a little bit. We are going to be looking at your 12 months, all of the 12 months in 2026. So we're going to be looking at your year ahead. But I do want to give a little disclaimer about the time frames. Because time is definitely not set in stone, and even though we're kind of looking at things of like January, February, March, just be flexible with it. You know, you can kind of look at it as like a little bit give or take. Maybe it kind of is a little bit from the previous month, maybe it's the next month. So I think we'll kind of have like rough timelines and like a rough outline, even though I will pull 12 months, but I think just, you know, interpret it however it makes sense to you, but also please be flexible because time is not set in stone, because I channel your current energy, and your current energy could be a little bit slower than what we're talking about. So maybe the timeline is a little slower for you. It could be a little bit faster than what we're talking about. So maybe you're doing things much quicker than what we see here. So since it's a general reading, please, you know, be flexible with it and just kind of see how it resonates with your personal situation. And I also want to say that since this is a general reading, if you feel like this energy doesn't really resonate with you, or like we're getting into it and you're like, that is totally not me, then definitely check out a different group. Oopsies, that's bothering me, sorry. Because I kind of messed with this earlier. Okay. And it's because it's we're just jumping right in. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. We're jumping right into just the 12 months ahead. And because of that, I don't have an energy check like I normally do. So, you know, as we're getting into it, if you feel like it doesn't sound like you, definitely check out a different group. So, sorry, I kind of like messed up a few things. It was kind of bugging me. Okay, anyway, we're back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with this deck that you guys chose. I'm going to get one card for the 12 months to give us the year ahead, and then I'm going to go in with a second deck. I paired this one with this deck. I hope it works out. This is the Fountain Tarot. So we're going to go in with that deck, and we're going to clarify all of the cards. So we'll have one card from this, one card from that. If more cards come out, it's fine. But yes, I do feel like there's a very fun and like almost like a how do I explain this? Like a playful, that's the word, playful, because I almost wanted to say childlike, but I don't think it's necessarily like immature, you know, when I say that, but there's like a playful energy with this cat and this Strength card. And I think that it's almost like you can take a break, or you can relax this year, or you can rest this year, especially if 2025 was very, you know, heavy for you and you did a lot of intense things in 2025, whether it was physical, whether it was emotional, spiritual. It feels like there's a bit more of a playful side to this new year. There's a bit more of like a relaxed or like a fun element to this year. It just feels, yeah, like relaxed, playful. I think this cat is about to snooze because it feels like a big yawn, and it just feels like not as stressful as the previous year. I don't know what that means, but we'll have to see. Okay, so I'm gonna go in and get 12 cards for the year ahead. So this is for group 4s month by month for 2026. Let's see, group 4's energy in January. Whoa, 2 cards at the same time. We have the 7, I think. I think this is the Swords. I will have to look at their guidebook because they don't label them. I think that's the Swords. Oh, and then we have the Empress. Look how cute she is. Oh, this cat deck. It's just so cute. Okay. 7, I think this is the swords. I will double check. And then we have the Empress. So that's January. Let's see. What is group 4's energy in February of 2026? We have the Moon. Oh my gosh. And it's dogs that are terrorizing this poor little cat. And it's so funny. In this deck, there's actually a devil card, and it is a dog. It is so funny to me. Okay. So that's January, February. Let's look at March. Group 4's energy in March 2026. I'm going to take this. I don't want to take more than one card because the deck's about to get really, really messy. So we have the 5 of Pentacles in January, February, March. Let's look at Group 4's energy in April of 2026. April of 2026. Oh, the Lovers. That's cute. Let's look at May 2026. This is the 6 of Wands. Oh, wow. 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 Okay, let's look at June. Oh my, this deck is slippery in my hands today. We have the Sun. That's cute. You got a lot of major arcana. You got the Sun, you got the Empress, you got the Moon, you got the Lovers. So this is June 2026. So let's look at July. Group 4's energy in July 2026. July. Oh, fell on me. Oh, the 4 of Wands. Yeah, you guys, this feels very good for Group 4. Okay, July. So let's look at August 2026. Group 4's energy in August. 8. I think this is the 8 of Pentacles. Oh, that makes sense, right? Because Pentacles are green and it's a green circle, and this would be Wands because it's red. I think that's a good way. And I guess that is Swords. Okay. Wait, so June, July, August. Let's look at September 2026. Group 4's energy in September 2026. Temperance. October. The Ace of Pentacles. Let's look at November 2026. The Page of Wands. Oh my god, it looks so scared. And then let's look at December 2026 for Group 4. Yes, I feel like this theme is very... It's so far, it's like pretty on point with what I was sensing with that intro card. And then we have the 5 of Wands for December. Oh, the Fool. It's wearing a little hat. Okay. Now let's go in with that second deck. I want to just clarify my cards, and yes, everything looks a little messy, but especially once I get the clarifying cards on, it's going to look even messier. So I've been kind of just organizing it as I read it through. So let's first clarify the 7 of Swords and the Empress. For Group 4, 7, let's clarify the 7 of Swords and the Empress. Wow, the Wheel of Fortune. I wonder if any of you were drawn to Group 2, because Group 2 also got the Wheel of Fortune in January. Let's clarify the Moon. Okay, let's clarify the Moon. The Knight of Wands. Ooh, okay. Let's clarify the 5 of Pentacles, the 8 of Swords. Interesting. Let's clarify the Lovers. The 4 of Pentacles. Let's clarify the 6 of Wands for May. Oh my god, the 4 of Wands again. You got the 4 of Wands out twice. Let's clarify the Sun. Let's clarify the Sun. Justice. Let's clarify the 4 of Wands. The Queen of Wands, wow. Let's clarify the Eight of Pentacles. The Ace of Wands. Wow, this is very positive, group 4. I was sensing it would be positive and not super heavy. Let's clarify Temperance. The King of Swords. Let's clarify the Ace of Pentacles. Ooh, interesting. We have the Two of Swords. Let's clarify the Page of Wands. The Ace of Cups. Let's clarify the Five of Wands. The Seven of Pentacles. Okay. Eight of Wands, bottom of the deck. The Lovers, again. You got the Lovers out earlier. Okay, there's definitely some type of expansion happening in 2026 for you. So let's get right into it. I know it's kind of messy, but I will talk about each month as we go along. And remember what I said about let's be flexible with like give or take, you know, time. So even if this is January, maybe it's part of it was in December, you know, for you, maybe you kind of already experienced something the previous month and it's bleeding into the next month, or it's like the end of this month into next month. Let's just be flexible. So for January, you have the Seven of Swords, the Empress, and the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so what's so interesting is first, let's just look at these because these two came out together. The Seven of Swords talks about manipulation or a mischievous energy or some type of hiding the truth. Somebody could be lying, or there's something that's like you're not seeing the truth of something. You're not seeing the full picture. You're seeing what somebody wants you to see. And I can interpret this in two ways. This could be you, like the Empress, or this could be the Emperor. It doesn't matter, you know, your gender, but what it feels like, you know, you could be somebody who is really sweet, really loving, really nurturing, really caring, somebody who really puts others ahead of themselves, or you just have a really big heart. You know, with the Empress, this is the divine feminine energy, and she embodies all of these amazing feminine qualities. And it could be that somebody is jealous of you, like jealous of your light, jealous of your talents, or jealous of your love, or jealous of just you, right? There's something about you that this person doesn't really like. So it could be that they are somehow manipulating something or lying about something because they don't want you to succeed in some manner. So this could be that like you're finding out the truth about somebody else because somebody else is not being honest, or they're, you know, not being truthful to you, and you're going to find this out in the month of January. It could also be that this is you to yourself. You know, at first when I did see this, I thought about you belittling yourself or you holding yourself back, because it feels like the Empress is talking about your true potential in some aspect of something in life. But the Seven of Swords is almost like that negative talk, that, you know, that little devil on your shoulder, and that voice that whispers to you and tells you maybe you're not good enough for something, maybe you shouldn't go pursue something, maybe you're not able to achieve something. But it just feels like there's like some type of like a voice, you know, if it's not another person speaking some negativity to hold you back, it could be that you are holding yourself back, and the universe is actually trying to get you to realize like you have so much more potential than what you think. And it feels like there is this, not like you are manipulating yourself, but it almost feels like because of you limiting yourself or placing these boundaries on yourself, or again, maybe you really are speaking negative things to yourself, it's like you're really holding yourself back. And in a way, there's something here about like hindering your ultimate growth or hindering your ultimate potential, or it's like you're just holding yourself back, or somebody's holding you back. And then it's interesting because we're clarified by the Wheel of Fortune. So it definitely feels unexpected. If this is somebody that if something is revealed that there is an actual person in your life that is not a good person or is actually hindering your success, I think it'll be very sudden. And it almost might even be kind of shocking. Like you're like, what? Like I never thought that you would do that. Or it's a group of people, like something being revealed is very shocking to you. Or if there is nobody that could do that to you, and you're like, this is maybe more so you placing limiting beliefs on yourself, then the universe is really putting you out of your comfort zone, or they're really like shaking something up. It's very unpredictable, but it's all for you to stop placing these limiting beliefs on yourself, in a sense. Because it feels like with the Empress, like this is your true potential, or there's something you really want to do. But for some of you, it does feel like you need to watch your back, because there is somebody that is kind of not the best character to be around in your life. But other than that, now say if this Wheel of Fortune is nothing to do with this, I think there is definitely some area of expansion, which I was kind of sensing that with career. A little on in our reading. Whoops, I'll talk about that in a second, but there is definitely some expansion. And it almost feels like if you are holding yourself back, the universe really wants you to take some leap of faith, or they're providing some kind of an opportunity to you in this new month, because, or like in this new year, because they really want you to like test your potential or see how far you can take something. So it could be like a very positive opportunity is also presenting itself to you, and they want you to not hold yourself back. I feel like that could be interpreted in quite a few different ways. And then going into February, this is what makes me feel like there is some opportunity that is coming up in January for you, because it feels like you're afraid to take it in February. With the Knight of Wands, it feels like it's something that you would be interested in. It's an opportunity that makes you excited. It's an opportunity that you feel passionate about. Maybe it aligns with your career goals, but there is some fear. You see how this cat is afraid of these dogs? You feel like you would be out of place. You feel like people would judge you. You feel like maybe you're too old, you're too young. Maybe you feel like there's racial tension, or there's some differences between you and like this opportunity, or the people at this opportunity that is being presented to you. And it's like you really want to do it, but you're afraid of it. Or if this is not a specific opportunity, then this could be you, coming out of that comfort zone, or removing these limiting beliefs that you place on yourselves. And it's like your soul wants to do it. Your soul is excited and wants something new. It wants the expansion, and it wants to like go pursue something. And it could be a talent, it could be a hobby, it could be a career path, it could even just be a lifestyle change. Your soul wants to do something, but your human self and your brain and like your heart and your ego is very afraid of this change for some reason in February. But it does feel like a series of events. Like it feels like, either a new opportunity is presenting itself to you, or you are realizing, I can't be limiting myself, and I do need to pursue my true potential. And then that kind of leads into you maybe taking one step, but then you end up taking a step back. Like you're ready to do it, you want to do it, but you psych yourself out in the last minute and hold yourself back. For some reason, you feel like either someone or something in this new opportunity is out to get you, or like somehow you wouldn't fit into this lifestyle that you want. Like you want it, your soul wants it, your soul wants to be confident, it wants to pursue something. But for some reason, your brain is saying to you, or that little devil on your shoulder is saying to you, that it's a scary world out there, or you're too different from the other people, or somehow this opportunity is not a good match for you. But I think it is. And I think what's so interesting about this is there is some sense of limiting beliefs that are really holding you back. So maybe that initial message of like, you are actually that voice that's hindering your growth, and it's not like another person. Maybe that actually is true for a lot more of you than I thought, because with the moon, it feels like an illusion. Like you're afraid of something that might not really exist, or your brain is trying to like freak you out about something that maybe isn't real. And I think that there is a sense of like confidence and self-assurance, but also realizing you are the Empress, you're the divine feminine, you're literally like the best, the best person, you are the main character. And I think there's this confidence that you have to step into, especially if you want to be able to like really live your life to its fullest potential, to really come out of that bubble, come out of that comfort zone, and to like really like to be happy and to follow your dreams and follow the path that you want to follow. But it does feel like there is some fear of success, or there's some illusion of fear. There's this illusion of this monster that's like lurking in the shadows, but that monster is not really there. And I think slowly, especially in like early 2026, your soul, your higher self, the universe, your intuition, they're all speaking to you. They're like, come on, group four, like that monster's not real. Like, let's go. Like, let's put ourselves out there. We have so much we want to do, so much potential. So I think there's definitely this like challenge of overcoming some fear that you have very early on in the year. Because it feels like this fear is maybe something you've had for a while. For some of you, you've had this fear like even last year, maybe even the year before that. But I feel like you're almost tired of this fear. You're almost tired of like holding yourself back. That's so interesting. We go into now this, so this is like January, February time frame, and then we go into this March time frame. We have the Five of Pentacles and we have the Eight of Swords. What an interesting combination. This literally feels like your limiting beliefs, like clearly. The Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped, feeling stuck, feeling like you don't want, like, you know, feeling like your back's against the wall, but it almost feels like something you are placing on yourself. It's a limiting belief, or it's a restriction that you are placing on yourself. And this Five of Pentacles is so interesting because I feel like for maybe a long time in your life, or maybe up until now, you know, to some extent, you have been living in that comfort zone. Because that comfort zone is that fear, and it almost feels like you're settling with this Five of Pentacles. It feels like you know you have so much more potential. Maybe other people around you know you have so much more potential. But up until now, you have been like settling for that comfort zone, settling for that lifestyle, settling for that career, settling for whatever comes along with that. But it just feels like a level of settling. So in this March time frame, there could also be financial troubles that come up. And there could be some financial situations that come up in March and in April. And it almost forces you to change something. You know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like you were settling for, say we're talking about a career. You were settling for a type of career for a while. Even if you wanted to do bigger and better things, you know, you kind of got in the way of something, and you just kind of settled, and you're like, you know what? It pays the bills. It's fine. Like, I don't have to be happy, or I don't have to pursue my dreams. But it almost feels like your back is being turned, or like you're being pushed up against the wall by the universe, because they're almost asking you, like, are you sure this is what you want to do? This is the life you want to live? And it feels like they're almost like forcing some level of financial difficulties, because that's like the only way that you might come out of this trap, or this restriction that you had placed on yourself. Because this being the Five of Pentacles, that's a lack. You know, that's a period of a financial lack, and you can tell, like, oh my god, like, okay, something needs to change. And I think that almost forces you to come out of your comfort zone in some way, to pursue something else, or to, you know, believe in yourself a little bit more. I do think you have a strong support system, because especially with, there's two cats in this Five of Pentacles image, and then we also have the Lovers in this January, February, in this April time frame. We have two cats in both of them. So it definitely feels like you have a partner, or you have a spouse, that it definitely feels romantic. It feels like you have a partner that is very supportive. I think this partner is like literally like a huge support system. They're like your number one fan. They really believe in you even when you don't believe in yourself. And I think this person is really like motivating you, and it's like really that force that kind of gets you out of your comfort zone a little bit in this time frame, this, like, you know, March April time frame. And I think they really really push you to be your best self, to show up as the best version of yourself, or especially if there's an opportunity that you want to pursue, or something that you're too nervous to do. I think they really try to help you realize, well, maybe this is a good time because maybe you are financially struggling, or there is some obstacle that comes up that they are like, maybe this is a good time for you to maybe do something a little bit different. But I will say this person really does love you, because we even have the Four of Coins. You have the Five of Coins and the Four of Coins, which is what made me think initially about some kind of financial struggle. But I do think both of you are very happy with each other, and I think you would honestly, even if you are living in a tent, that's what came to mind. It's like you're literally like in the wilderness in a tent. I think you would still be happy with each other, no matter how like what the financial situation is, or like what's going on with your stability. I think there is a love that's very deep here, because we get the Lovers out again, or am I going crazy? Okay, never mind, maybe I'm going crazy. But there's a very deep bond between you and somebody here. Now, if you don't know who this is, then you could definitely meet this person like in this early time frame. So like March, April time frame, you could meet somebody who is very supportive. They really love you. They view you so highly. They see that you're so capable, so much potential within you. And I think like they really give you that boost, or they're really like the driving force behind you coming out of some kind of a comfort zone. But this feels like a very strong relationship, whether you already are with this person, whether it's a new person coming into your life. There's a very strong bond between you and somebody here. Now, I guess you don't have to be physically with this person, even if you're long distance, or you talk over the phone, or you're not always together physically. I still think they're like a number one fan in your life. But I think this person plays a huge role in you coming out of your comfort zone. And that financial message doesn't have to be for everybody. A great example I can give you is like if you're afraid of pursuing your talent. Okay, say you're like very talented, and you would be great with like creating videos and creating content, but you're afraid to put yourself out there, and you're nervous and you don't know if you're good enough. But I think that there is somebody in your life, it's like this is your passion. You want to put content out there, you want to be creative, or you want to pursue this career path, but you're too nervous to do it, or to push yourself to do it. So this person really hypes you up, and I think they play a really big role in you coming out of that comfort zone. So that feels very good. It does feel like a sense of a support system as well. And I love this because I think that that's really what you needed, was that push from somebody that you trusted, Because then we see the Six of Wands. This is Leo. This is actually Jupiter in Leo. So this is a very positive energy. It's all about expansion. It's all about expanding in confidence, but also expanding within your own passions and within your own career. And the Six of Wands specifically is about status, recognition, fame, all eyes on you. Like you're blowing up to some extent, and it's a very, very joyful energy. And it all feels like it's because you finally put yourself out there. If you don't have a partner that's like supporting you and is like, telling you, hey, like you should really pursue this, this could definitely be family. This does not have to be a romantic partner. It does feel romantic for a good chunk of people, but this could even be like your family members, your siblings. This could be your best friends, like people that are really saying to you, hey, like you need to come out of your comfort zone this year, because you are destined for stardom, or you're destined for something so much bigger than the life you're settling for. So I think the first few months of the year is like you kind of tackling this obstacle and kind of working with yourself, and being patient with yourself, but really like trying to come out of that comfort zone and come out of the little bubble that you're keeping yourself in. It also feels like a hermit mode, like you're really kind of detached and keeping to yourself, even though you have these big goals and these big dreams. So yeah, especially here, like this, the first few months feels like you overcoming this fear, but then this really feels like a solid support system who is also helping you overcome it and is pushing you. And then by the time May, like this early summer time frame rolls around, I think you do it, whatever the opportunity is or whatever you're taking that leap of faith towards, because we even saw the Fool. It feels like you're doing it. You're taking that leap of faith, and I think you find a lot of, maybe you don't find success like immediately, but you find that this is working. Even if it's a little milestone. Say you like started uploading videos and you hit like a couple thousand followers or something, like something little, or you're getting a lot of positive engagement, or your business is getting a lot of positive engagement, or this new job you applied for, you feel good about how it went, and maybe that gives you more confidence to go to other interviews and try other things, right? So it feels like there's some little milestone you are hitting in this early summer May timeframe that really gives you a huge ego boost. It gives you a huge sense of confidence that you can keep going, and you could even do bigger things than this, and like there is actually like no limits to, I think now you're realizing this May timeframe, you're realizing there's no limits on my growth. I can do anything. Like I am not going to place limits on myself anymore. So it feels like you'll get like that spark back, which is really, really nice. I love this Four of Wands because it does feel like you're celebrating with people. So you could be celebrating with your spouse or partner, you could be celebrating with your family, but whatever this milestone is, I think you are celebrating it with people because you finally did it, and you're finally like, maybe you finally got that interview, you got that milestone that you were waiting for. And I think you're very happy because these are the people that pushed you to do it. And maybe if they weren't there, maybe you would have never done it. So it definitely feels like you're celebrating with people, and there's a lot of happiness. Both of these are wands. This is Leo energy, this is Aries energy. So I think you're gaining a lot of confidence within yourself, but also gaining a lot of confidence within your status and your image and with what you are putting out there into the world. And I love that. It feels very good. It feels very different from this. And it feels like you got here because you just tried. You just ripped off that band-aid and jumped out of that comfort zone that you were hiding in, or like settling in a sense. For some of you, there could be some financial difficulties that come up, and that forces you to like, get a higher paying job, or almost forces you to pursue something different. And I think you'll be very happy that you did that. And even this, if there are any difficulties in this, this March, April, maybe February, March, April timeframe, it feels very much like divine intervention. It feels like the universe is stepping in and kind of giving you a little bit of an obstacle for you to redirect yourself in a sense. So it feels good. It feels, like it's happening for you. And I love this. Look at this chunky boy. Oh my gosh. Maybe it's a girl, I don't know. But look how chunky they are, and they're just vibing. They're just so happy. And I think that this energy is so different from like this Eight of Swords. Whatever restrictions and limitations that you were placing on yourself, whatever fears you had, fears of the illusions, fears of success, fears of the unknown, fear of coming out of your routine, whatever it is, it's gone. I will say by this early summer time frame, your fears are not controlling you anymore, because it feels like at one point in time, your anxiety, your overthinking, and the fear of coming out of that comfort zone, that is what was controlling you from living the life you want to live. It doesn't even have to be career, it could be anything. It was controlling you. Ignore the garage, sorry about that. But then once we get to this like June, July time frame, there is no fear. You're just basking in your success. You're basking in the sun, in the beautiful energy that you finally have created for yourself. But it's also you basking in your own confidence too, because you realized that you did this because you got yourself here, but you also did this because you finally came out of that comfort zone. You know what I mean? So it feels very good in that sense. And I do think with justice here, you're finding a lot of balance in your life in this early summer time frame. And I think that you're not overwhelmed, you're not anxious. And even if you had any financial troubles, I do think that obstacle, you overcome that obstacle by this June, July timeframe, because you changed the energy you were in. And I think that's like the main takeaway so far for group 4. It's that you have the power and the control and the talent and the abilities to change your life. And I think for a lot of us, we just settle, we just get into this comfortable routine, and maybe we're not pursuing the career that we want to do. We're not dealing with the friends or relationships or even the success, and we're not doing what we want to do because we're just like in this routine. And I think because you finally broke free from that, realizing you have the power and that you're so good at something or you're so talented, you have all these exceptional skills that you can actually use to better your life. Like, you're like, I'm so happy I did that. And it also feels like once you get to this energy, you can never go back to like that afraid energy or that restricted energy. And look, we have the sun glowing out here twice. So that really feels so positive in the sense of you finally like coming into your shell and coming into your own sense of who you are as a person, and being very happy with who you are, embracing who you are, pursuing the real true you, pursuing the person you want to be. And then I love this. First of all, we literally have the Four of Wands out again. So in this like June, July timeframe, the Four of Wands really talks about a happy home life. It talks about your house, your lifestyle. It talks about celebration. It talks about fulfillment and just happiness. So there's two ways I could interpret this. I think for one, you're finally like happy within your home or within your finances. So it does feel like whatever obstacle you felt, especially with that Four of Pentacles, right? Like this is literally, quite literally, like feels like we're not doing too well financially with this tent and the snow and stuff here. So it does feel like you're in a much better energy because you changed something. You're not settling anymore. And I think that maybe physically you're upgrading your home, or maybe it's that you're financially stable now, or that you're just happy and you're not as stressed as you used to be. But this could also be just overall, like the way this cat is like sniffing this lavender, it feels like you're just finally at peace because you feel very aligned to who you are. Maybe now you're pursuing the career that really aligns with you. Your lifestyle really aligns with you. You finally stepped into that Empress and that true potential of yours. And then we literally have the Queen of Wands, you know, so that also, and the way she's just glowing and radiating, and it just feels like you have so much confidence. And look, there's a little cat in the background. So cats could be significant for you since we aren't using the cat deck, but that's cool. There's a little cat there. It's just like there's so much success and independence and happiness, and you're just so happy. Like this and the sun and the Four of Wands, it just feels so good. And I feel like you're not really struggling this year, group 4. I think if you're really going through like a crazy tower moment or some really deep, intense like transformation, definitely check out a different group, because this just doesn't feel like you're struggling. It doesn't feel like you're going through any major challenges. I think you're really just learning to, you know, come out of your comfort zone a little bit this year. And I think maybe the universe just kind of pushes a little obstacle, but it doesn't feel big at all. It feels very, very little. But yeah, happy home life, feeling good, lots of success. The second way I can interpret this, especially with the Queen of Wands, is that you are being recognized for something, or you are being celebrated. So maybe this is you getting a raise, getting a promotion. Maybe you're hitting an even bigger milestone when it comes to career. Maybe like if it's online, maybe your online status is growing. Maybe you're receiving an award. You know what I mean? Like the Four of Wands talks about you being celebrated in some sense. So if it's not like you celebrating the life you have finally created, then it could be that somebody else is celebrating you and celebrating your success. But that feels very, very positive as well. Also, with all the Four of Wands, we have it out twice, and even this Lovers and that sense of like family or that support system that you might have. I think that there is a lot of happiness within family this year, or within a partnership. Like there's a very strong connection with someone or with like a group of people this year. And I think these people will be there with you to celebrate you and celebrate your success. And it really feels like you have that support system, which is very, very nice. And the other thing I was going to say is there's so many wands that we see and that we're talking about here for group 4, which all wands is about passion, excitement, spontaneity, And it just feels like that is the main energy for you, is you finally stepping into that light, like stepping into the spotlight, finally stepping into that passionate energy of like, yes, like I want to go pursue this, I want to pursue my dreams. So it feels like that spark is definitely being lit somewhat early on in the year for you, and I think there's like no stopping you once that spark is lit. And it also feels like maybe you just weren't pursuing that passion for a very long time and you were kind of hiding, behind the passion and kind of settling. And I think this is the year where you realize, I don't want to settle anymore. And then we have, so this is June, July. So in August, we have the Ace of Swords, and then we have the Eight of Pentacles. I love this card because in traditional tarot, the Eight of Pentacles talks about consistency, stability, showing up every day, building, working, like you're creating something, you're building something. And I think by the time you get to this August time frame, your success is growing very quickly. I will say that whatever this is, it takes off quick. So I think by the time you get to this August, there is some kind of a foundation that you have built. So for example, if it's like a business you're creating, or like this online thing that you're doing, it's like you have a good amount of followers by then, or you've created some kind of a foundation. And I think that is very positive. I think you're also going to realize like it grew quickly, people really like you. Or if it's like a physical business thing, people like your products. If it is in a corporate setting, people like you as a person and they want you to work with them, work your way up or something. So you've definitely built a bit of a reputation, built a bit of a foundation for yourself by this August time frame. And I love that we have the Ace of Swords, because that shows me that because you have built this foundation, you have a sense of clarity, you have a sense of confirmation of like, yes, this is my path. I'm so happy I finally did it. And because I'm getting rewarded for my hard work, I know that this is what I'm meant to be doing. So you have a bit of like an aha moment. You have a bit of clarity that you are pursuing the right things and you are doing the right things. But I definitely think in August, you have built a foundation. Like, look at this cat. It has so many fish to eat, and it feels like you're eating good, you're living good, you're making money, or you have some level of like, I worked for this, I built this, and you have a level of satisfaction because of that. Maybe it's material satisfaction, maybe it's emotional satisfaction, but it does feel like with this being Eight of Pentacles, you have some material milestone that you have hit. Maybe it's a ton of fish, right? Maybe it's something. But whatever it is to you, you feel like, okay, like I made it, or like, okay, this is it, like I'm doing it, this is the success I was waiting for. And I think you're also going to realize this is the success I was afraid of. I also think you're going to realize like nothing is as scary as you thought it was at the start of the year or for years. Who knows how long you've been afraid, but it feels like nothing's ever been that scary. I think by the time you get to this August-September timeframe, I love that we have Temperance here, because this is showing me consistency, stability, moderation. This is showing me patience, because with the Eight of Pentacles, that is, we're showing up every day, we're staying consistent, we're working, we're building something, and we are dedicating time and effort to it on a regular basis. And I love that, because then it's like August, September timeframe, you have that foundation, and now you're building it brick by brick. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're very patient with it, and you're loving it, you're nurturing it, you're not overdoing it, taking it one day at a time, but it is working out for you really, really well. And like an example I can give you is like, say if you started something as like an entry-level position, in like a big company, or if you just started a job like earlier on in the year, and that's like what you're working towards, or if you kind of started like some kind of a platform or a business and it was just like little, it feels like by the time you get to this September timeframe, like, so closer to the end of the year, you have a sense of authority, so it's like you got promoted and now you're not entry level anymore, but you're like, you're like an assistant manager, or like you're an assistant to something, or maybe like the actual CEO of something. I don't know how fast your growth is, but it feels like you have a sense of authority by the time September rolls around. So if you have your own business or something, maybe you're actually like, monetizing. Well, it feels like you're already monetizing, but now you're like an actual boss. You're your own boss, or you have an actual company, or you have a business, and like this is your business, like it's a legitimate business. So it feels like your status is leveling up. Your authority is leveling up, and it's like in a very real way. Like it's not just like a fantasy, but it feels very real. Like I'm seeing like a name plaque, like a name, like a thing that has your name on it, and it says like assistant manager, assistant coach, CEO, head coach, general manager, I don't know. Or like if you start your own business, it's like your name or the business name is like LLC. There's something about, you have a sense of authority now. I also think you're very disciplined with the King of Swords. You're very disciplined. You're very consistent. You're really good with this schedule. You're good at making the routine. You're very good at like, you know what I mean? Like you're very good with being like by the book, and you're very just disciplined and strict in that sense of how to run your business or how you're going to show up, what you're going to do. I think that you're very naturally gifted as a leader. So whether it's your own business, whether it's a company you're working for, you're like a natural leader. And I think you take on this role so well. And it's so interesting because we were saying right in the very beginning that you always wanted to do this, or you wanted to have a career like this. I will say, group 4, a lot of this feels like career. Like this could be lifestyle maybe, but it feels career, and it feels like, you always wanted to pursue a career path, but you were way too nervous about it. But you finally took that leap of faith this year and you did it. And it really works out for you because you find yourself so naturally gifted. And then you're going to have that aha moment of like, oh, that's why my intuition was calling me to these things, because I'm naturally good at this, or this is what I naturally want to do. So it definitely feels like career. But yeah, your authority, what is it? Your level of authority is increasing a lot in that September timeframe. This is interesting. We have the Two of Swords and the Ace of Pentacles. But then we have the Page of Wands, and then we have the Ace of Cups. Because in October, you're almost like hesitant about something. And maybe there's a need to be hesitant, because we were kind of talking about like somebody was jealous of you, somebody was jealous of your success. There could be somebody you meet after you have gained this success or this reputation. It's almost coming out as like a caution to you. And I think the universe is saying, don't agree to something. Like there's something about like, don't sign a contract, or like stay cautious if somebody wants to collaborate with you, because with the Ace of Pentacles, it's like somebody's offering you something, and I'm thinking of it in the sense of business. Somebody's offering you a contract or a collaboration, or they're offering you something, but Spirit is saying don't jump into it so quickly, or like stay hesitant about it. Don't sign a contract so quickly, because something is a little fishy, something's a little off. And they're saying like, just don't, like stay cautious and don't agree to something so quickly, because then when we get into November, it feels like they want you to do something independently. So this feels like, okay, somebody is offering you some level of collaboration for something, or they want like ownership of something, or they're offering something to partner with you in some way, or to work with you in some way. But in November, you're going to realize I can do it myself. Like I don't need to partner with somebody. That's what this feels like. This feels like, do not give up your ownership, or do not give up, don't let somebody in on something because you can do it yourself. And you're being advised to do it yourself. Maybe there's like a huge pay cut that you might not realize. Maybe you're giving up more rights than you realized. But there's something about like, especially with the Ace of Cups here, and the Page of Wands, I think at first you might be a little bit afraid of doing something on your own, but they want you to do it on your own. A good example I can give you is publishing. It's like publishing a book, okay? Because you know, that's career, right? Like that's the passion, that's all this could easily fall into a publishing career. So say like at the end of the year you gain some success on your own, and now a publishing company or agent or somebody is coming through and they're like, wait, like we want to work with you and we will like publish this, but you have to, it feels like you're giving up a sense of freedom and you're giving up a sense of creativity if you sign with somebody or if you partner with somebody, because then they're going to say, okay, like we'll give you this much money or we will give you this contract, but we expect 3 books out of you. And you're like, what? Like, why? Maybe I don't want to publish 3 books this year. Or they're like, okay, like we will publish your books and put it on a large scale, but it has to be this topic. It's like they're taking away some freedom or taking away some creativity and they're restricting you. And I think you're going to realize, wait a second, I just spent my entire life restricting myself and holding myself back. Now I have to, now this person wants to sign me and make it seem like it's a really good opportunity, but they're taking away my creativity and they're forcing me to do something. They're telling me I have to do this if I sign with you. You know what I mean? But then you're going to realize, well, I don't want to sign with you because I can do it myself. I can self-publish my book. Maybe I already have a reputation. Maybe I already have some kind of a fan base or a following to where, or I mean, it's 2026. I mean, people can self-publish. You know, you don't need a publishing agency. You don't need to be restricted or sign a contract or tie yourself to somebody. You can do it yourself. And I think that's what you realize, that maybe it's a little scary to do something on your own, but you're going to realize that your cup is going to be much more full. You know, your cup literally runneth over. It is full of happiness and creativity and freedom and flexibility. And it's your love that you're pouring into it. And it's literally what you want to do to it. There's no rules. There's no restrictions. There's no timelines and deadlines and limitations. So I think you should be very cautious at the end of the year if somebody wants to work with you, because you're going to realize that you can do it yourself. You can do it yourself, and it'll be much better if you do it yourself. So this is definitely bleeding into one energy here. But I do think during that time, like you're working, you know, you're kind of still doing the same thing, but just be cautious. Then we go into December. I love it because we have the 7 of Coins. This also, you know, talks about stability, maintaining something. We are planting our seeds. We're maintaining it, growing it. And then we have the 5 of Wands. 7 of Cups and the 5 of Wands. I think there's an energy of don't take on more than you can chew. Don't bite off more than you can chew. I think that when you are slowly building, you know, your company's building or you're slowly making progress towards something, you are taking it slow. And you are okay with taking it slow. It feels like you're very disciplined. There could be something that comes up at the end of the year where spirit doesn't want you to burn out and they don't want you to bite off more than you can chew. Maybe that's something to do with this. Maybe there's going to be another time for it. Maybe it's something you can do in 2027. But there's something about like, don't burn yourself out. Don't overdo something. Work within your means. Work within your own limits. Even though obviously, you know, don't restrict yourself, don't place limits on yourself, but don't burn yourself out and don't like promise things that you cannot accomplish. It also feels like they want you to network, make connections, but don't do more than you can handle. Pace things out, especially if like opportunities are really presenting themselves to you, networking opportunities, collaborations. Just take it one day at a time. I think that's what I'm seeing with that. And what's so interesting actually is there's really a message of like, you can do something independently, you know? So I don't know what that means. I don't know if you start off with somebody and then you branch off on your own. I don't know if you start on your own and people want to work with you or collaborate or maybe want like stock in something you're doing to some extent, but there is an energy of like, yes, collaborate and like network, but they want you to be independent or they don't want you to like give your rights away or something like that. But I will say that this year is very transformative within your finances, within your success, and within your career. That's like the main theme. And I think that when you first start the year off to how you end your year, it's like 2 different people. two different tax brackets, two different levels of success. Like here with the Five of Pentacles and that Four of Pentacles, maybe you were struggling. Maybe you were just doing the bare minimum in life. You were just like settling for that minimum wage, or you were just kind of like not able to do things in life because there's this level of like the bare minimum. But then when you come here, I think that so much of your life changes due to success, due to, you know, you putting yourself out there, you doing all of these things. And I think it's just like such like night and day energy. And it's like once you're here, you can literally never go back to that, and it's only going up from here. You're only expanding more and more from here. If you might have kids, or some of you have kids, I think you're also able to provide a better life for your kids if you do, you know, make a career change, because we're talking about family and how important family is to you. So whether you already have kids, whether you're going to have kids, there's something about like improving their life, improving their home, you know, giving them a better life in a way seems important. Giving them more opportunities, helping them experience things that maybe you didn't get to experience. So it's almost like, you know, you're definitely motivated by your family or by kids, or if you do have kids at some point, it's like you want to give them the best in a sense. Okay, you guys, so that is what I'm seeing for your 12 months. Again, be flexible with the time frame. I have some oracle cards here, and you actually got two from this deck. So you got, this is the only group that got an extra card. So let's see what Spirit has to say. Ooh, Otter, initiations, be open through this transitional time. That makes perfect sense because, you know, it does feel like at the start of the year, things are shifting for you. Sisterhood of the Rose, beauty and devotion, priestess, mystic, teacher. This is literally the high priestess and the divine feminine, which is that empress. And I think this is talking about your own confidence, stepping into your own confidence, believing in yourself. Oops, oh, I switched them, or I mean I flipped them at the same time. It says be assertive, and then it also says perfect timing. Oh my God, it says luck is on your side with the bow and arrow in Sagittarius. I love it. That is very cool. And this also feels like, you know, that forward moving energy, like the bow, or I mean the arrow is like moving forward, right? Like you're being propelled into a new chapter. You're being propelled into this perfect timing, new career path situation. And be assertive, because you have the power to change your life, and they want you to get on it. So group 4, thank you so much for letting me give you this reading. If you're interested in a private session, I offer one-on-one readings. I also offer pre-recorded readings, you know, whatever you're comfortable with. But if you want to book a reading with me, go ahead and email me. My email is in the description below. I also have a Patreon if you're interested in exclusive content. That is also in the description below, and there's different tiers on there. So if you're interested, definitely make sure you read through the tiers before you subscribe. But thank you so much for being here, you guys. Please have a great rest of your day or night. Happy 2026. Like and subscribe here on YouTube, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye.